Chapter 689. Living in my grotto heaven, using my spiritual root, and beating my pet. If not for the fact that he knew he couldn't defeat the Demoness, Qin Feng would have exploded long ago. Demoness, when my cultivation level rises, I'll do you 100 times, 100 times. He gritted his teeth. The Demoness didn't notice Qin Feng's cursing. In a flash, she appeared above the spring of life. Glancing at the sapling of the divine tree of life, her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. Then, her gaze fell on the spring. Finally, I could take a bath. With a flash, he disappeared into the spring of life. Qin Feng almost cursed it out loud. How could the Demoness use the spring of life as a place to take a bath? Resisting the urge to strangle the Demoness to death, Qin Feng was about to step forward. Suddenly, the Demoness appeared in the spring. Little brother, it's not good to peek at a beautiful sister taking a bath. A jade-like hand suddenly appeared and pressed on Qin Feng's body. Boom! As if hit by a cannonball, Qin Feng was instantly blasted out of the grotto heaven. You really treat my grotto heaven as your own home. Qin Feng's face was covered in dust, and he looked indignant. It was the first time he met such a difficult Demoness. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. I'll let you stay here for now. Sooner or later, I'll subdue you. With hatred in his heart, Qin Feng checked the grotto heaven again. To his relief, the connection between the grotto heaven was restored. But to his dismay, there was a place that seemed to be completely isolated. That was the place where the spring of life was located. He glanced at the Wanling city. Qin Feng's face was gloomy. The sixth demon city, Red Flame City, was a demon city built on the crater of a volcano. The residents were all fire-attributed demons. Qin Feng's heart was burning with anger. He was about to rush forward and destroy Red Flame City when a voice came from the grotto heaven. Little brother, there's fire in your heart. Big sister is kind enough to remind you that the Scarlet Flame Demon Monarch isn't that strong. However, there's an extremely powerful true treasure here called the Fire Universe Furnace. This is a Xiantian true treasure. Once you fall into this true treasure, even your medium-sized heavenly grotto might not be able to withstand it. Innate true weapon. Qin Feng's face paled. Above the false true treasures, there were 3 levels of true treasures. An Hodian true weapon, a mid-heaven true treasure, an innate true weapon. Above, it was the eternal true weapon. Innate true weapons were different from ordinary true weapons in that they had a trace of innate indestructible spirit light. The Thousand Leaves Water God Black Lotus was an innate true weapon, a peak innate true weapon. A true treasure with a complete innate undying spirit light was an eternal true treasure. Xiantian true weapons were extremely precious. They were born from a Xiantian and possessed the power to destroy the world. If there was a Xiantian true weapon here, he might not be able to protect himself even if he had a medium-sized heavenly abode. Why is there a fire elemental innate true weapon here? Qin Feng's eyes flickered intensely. Innate true weapons were extremely precious. Little brother, I advise you not to think about it. This is a container for a little guy to sleep in. If you wake up the little guy inside, I'm afraid it will swallow you whole. By then, my sister will be homeless again. The lazy voice of the Demoness drifted over, causing Qin Feng to grit his teeth in anger. My name is Qin Feng, not little brother. The demonic woman ignored Qin Feng's anger and ridiculed him. Little brother, I advise you not to make too much noise. Otherwise, if the Scarlet Flame Demon King activates the Fire Universe Furnace, you will have to bear the consequences. Qin Feng snorted inwardly. In a flash, he appeared in the Scarlet Flame City. In the Scarlet Flame City, the streets were spacious. Countless fire elemental demons and mutants came to play. They were human-shaped experts who were taller than ordinary people. Their bodies emitted a fire elemental aura. They were the Scarlet Spirit race of the desolate wilderness. This race was born to be good at cultivating fire elemental techniques. In the City Lord Mansion, there was a pure fire elemental aura that soared into the sky. Vaguely, the fire elemental law soared into the sky. It was vast and mighty like a fire elemental pillar. Boundary Sage. Qin Feng squinted his eyes. On the side, there were countless fire elemental auras surrounded by many experts. It would be extremely difficult to decapitate them. Little brother, it seems like it will be very difficult for you to pass through this Scarlet Flame City. Why don't you beg me? The demonic woman's teasing voice came from the winter. Qin Feng scanned with his divine sense and almost had a nosebleed. This demonic woman was only wearing a tube top and soaking in the spiritual spring of life. It was snow white, shining like a flower. Look there! A chill grew in the heavenly abode. Qin Feng's soul was almost frozen. His true soul refined the chill inch by inch. Qin Feng found that his true soul had refined another trace of innate Yin Qi. He was only a step away from the Yin Master realm. After a long time, Qin Feng regained his senses. I don't need to beg you. Killing a mere fire elemental boundary sage is not difficult for me. Qin Feng. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng suppressed a ball of fire in his heart. He gritted his teeth and entered the Scarlet Flame City. He revolved his true soul and spread it out in all directions. Since he couldn't attack, he would just decapitate them. Once he killed the Scarlet Flame Demon King, the Scarlet Flame City would collapse. This aura... The demonic woman had been paying attention to Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng's actions, she couldn't help but squint her beautiful eyes. This was the second time she was surprised. For thousands of years, ever since she woke up, the number of times her state of mind had fluctuated was comparable to the previous thousands of years. With her experience, she could naturally see the profoundness of this demonic heart force. It was almost impossible to guard against. The slightest carelessness would infect and erode one's state of mind. This method is similar to the supreme techniques of the ancient Zen sect. However, they are polar opposites. If one can see through it, one's state of mind will be greatly tempered. This little guy is quite strange to have comprehended such a method. Fortunately, his strength isn't strong. If he can comprehend to the state where the demonic heart won't die, he will be invincible. Even the demon gods will have a hard time killing him. The demonic woman muttered in her heart. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she felt that she had made the right choice in choosing Qin Feng. It didn't take long for him to obtain the information he wanted. It's actually a demon king formed by the earth fiend spiritual fire. Qin Feng's expression was strange. It was extremely difficult for a spiritual fire to take form. Since the Crimson Flame Monarch was formed by a spiritual fire, he was naturally extremely powerful. According to the information, the Crimson Flame Demon King was often in seclusion. There were very few people who could come into contact with him. They were all his trusted aides. There were only 4 of them. They were the Fire Spirit Demon Concubine Hua Mei the Crimson Dragon King Ao Yin, the Crimson Ling of Gojoseon Hale, and the Heaven Fire Sparrow King Feng Jutian. Among them, the Fire Spirit Demon Concubine was the closest. She was also a demon king born from a spiritual fire. She was of the same race as the Crimson Flame Demon King. It was rumored in Crimson Flame City that the Fire Spirit Demon Concubine was the Crimson Flame Demon King's Tao companion. The Crimson Dragon King was an underground Crimson Flood Dragon. The Crimson Ling of Gojoseon was the king of the Crimson Spirit race. He had gathered a few fire dragon snakes and was very powerful. The Heaven Fire Sparrow King was the king of the Fire Sparrow race. It was rumored that he had awakened a trace of the Heaven Fire Sparrow bloodline of the primordial true spirit and controlled a heaven-ranked divine fire. The Crimson Flame Demon King trusted these 4 people. Qin Feng decided to make a move on these 4 demons first. After making up his mind, Qin Feng directly went to the Fire Spirit Demon Concubine's residence. The Fire Spirit Demon Concubine opened a cave abode under the volcano. She breathed in fire energy and cultivated in the cave abode. Occasionally, she would get people to send some food in to enjoy. This place was heavily guarded and surrounded by countless small demons. However, it wasn't a problem for Qin Feng. With the corrosive ability of the Heart Demon, Qin Feng entered the Fire Spirit Demon residence in an extremely short period of time. He tore open the void and directly entered the demon residence. Qin Feng saw a demoness sitting on a throne. She was using the spiritual fire to refine a demon core. "Who are you?" Seeing Qin Feng suddenly appear, a trace of shock flashed across the demoness face. In the next moment, she was drowned by a vast heavenly insight energy. Chapter 690. In the main hall, Qin Feng's face was gloomy. The demoness was overjoyed. "Little brother, this is your way of turning into a woman? You're too funny. I'll say it again. I'm not a little brother. I'm Qin Feng." Qin Feng gritted his teeth as the veins on his forehead bulged. He looked helpless. He was indeed a little weird. The fire spirit which had always been loose and wore less. Therefore, he had no choice but to wear less after turning into the fire spirit witch. But this made the demoness happy. "Lady Witch, you're fine. What happened?" Outside, some fire demons sensed the huge energy fluctuation in the fire spirit demon abode and rushed in. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Qin Feng glared at the group of fire demons and said coldly, "I'm fine. All of you get out." Many fire demon experts looked at the demon abode and heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that there was no movement. They sensed the hostility in the fire spirit witch's tone and couldn't help but show fear. The fire spirit, which was formed from a ball of evil fire. She was born with a bad temper and was cruel. Some fire demons were often swallowed alive by her. Many fire demon experts were afraid of her. After chasing away the group of fire demon experts, Qin Feng immediately left the fire spirit demon abode. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so feminine when you walk. All right, when you seduce the Scarlet Flame Demon King, I have to learn from you." He could hear the demoness' unbridled teasing in his ears. Qin Feng pulled a long face and looked like he didn't want anyone to get close to him. There were experts who wanted to talk to him, but when they saw Qin Feng's expression, they immediately stopped. The Scarlet Flame Demon King's seclusion was deep in the volcano. The deeper he went, the thicker the fire spirit qi. When he reached the middle of the volcano, Qin Feng felt that the fire spirit qi in the void was so thick that it was liquid. Qin Feng was very careful. Qin Feng saw the fire universe furnace. It was a huge furnace that seemed to have filled up the entire bottomless volcano. Red fire spiritual energy was being emitted from the furnace, and it was extremely frightening. The temperature of the flames was so high that even Qin Feng's 8 desolation immortal body was unable to withstand it. He might as well circulate the primal chaos flame tribulation. His entire being transformed into a clump of raging flames, endlessly devouring the boundless fire spirits. The heavenly abode, true force in Qin Feng's body skyrocketed. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng channeled a portion of fire element spiritual energy into the Genesis sacrificial altar, using a secret technique to refine and fuse it with the top-grade fire element spiritual root, the flint wood. The golden spiritual root that was growing in the flames, the tree trunk that was over 100 feet tall, was expanding rapidly. Seeing this, the demoness shook her head. Pouring the fire spirit into the flint wood like this is a great waste. This flint wood will grow with your heavenly abode. You don't need to do this at all. This flint wood is not the hibiscus divine wood. No matter how much you pour it, it won't be able to breed a son. Don't waste your energy. I have my own uses. Qin Feng snorted and circulated the primal chaos flame tribulation. He turned the fire god that was being nurtured into a clump of fire and injected it into the flint wood. This fire god was the foundation of the primal chaos flame tribulation. Once it entered the flint wood, it immediately merged with the flint wood and borrowed the fire of the flint wood to cultivate. This is a wonderful idea. Using the spiritual root to help you cultivate the divine ability, and the divine ability can also nourish the spiritual root. They complement each other. The beautiful eyes of the demoness brightened. Qin Feng's method of cultivating innate techniques caused her to feel refreshed and enlightened. Ignorant. This is wonderful. Even more wonderful is yet to come. Qin Feng snorted. His body merged with the power of the primal chaos flame and was gradually transforming. This was the method of the 8 desolation immortal mystic technique, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to refine one's true body. The power of fire was also a kind of power of heaven and earth. The 8 Desolation Immortal Mystic technique had reached the stage of not dying from a drop of blood. The next step was to make one's true body indestructible. Not fearing the destruction of any power of heaven and earth, Deshang would be truly indestructible. His body would not be easily split open. Not dying from a drop of blood might seem very powerful, but for example, the Frost Demon Overlord, it was very easy to kill him after his body was split open and sealed in ice. Inch by inch, the flames fused into his flesh, tempering his flesh and skin. Qin Feng felt a pain as if he was being sliced into pieces. Inch by inch, his skin melted. His flesh and skin seemed to emit a layer of fiery light, rapidly regenerating in the midst of destruction. Isn't this the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll of that barbarian from the Eastern Wilderness? The demoness was shocked. She knew the changes in Qin Feng's body better than anyone else. The circulating aura left a deep impression on her. After taking a closer look, the demoness shook her head. No, this aura seems to be the same, but it's not. It looks like an incomplete version. He's really stupid. He changed a good mythical cultivation technique into a dubious one. That's not right. According to that barbarian's rules, doesn't he only find one successor in every generation? I clearly feel that his successor has already appeared. What's wrong with this little guy? Her beautiful eyes moved, and a strange look flashed across them. Forget it, I don't care. That barbarian from the Eastern Wilderness caused me a lot of trouble back then. This time, I'll teach him a lesson. With a strange smile, a stream of light appeared in her eyes. She casually pointed at it, and a stream of divine light suddenly entered Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng felt his body tremble. The 8 Desolation Indestructible body underwent a mysterious and indescribable change. Countless amounts of heavenly insight energy revolved and turned into strange runes that emitted a primitive aura. They were carved into his flesh, bones, and meridians inch by inch. With the appearance of these runes, the surface of his body's absorption of fire spiritual energy increased by more than 10 times. The fire spiritual energy entered his body like a clay ox entering the sea. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng saw his flesh and blood undergo an unknown change. In an instant, it turned from solid to illusory and turned into a pure ball of fire. This was a ball of fire that emitted the aura of countless disasters. He could vaguely see countless terrifying scenes, such as volcanic eruptions, fire falling from the sky, a sea of fire in the human world, the descent of purgatory, and other extremely terrifying scenes. Qin Feng was extremely shocked. This kind of change was something he had never imagined. The 8 Desolation Indestructible Mystic art that he cultivated in his previous life did not have such a change. However, Qin Feng clearly felt that this change was the correct one. If he cultivated according to the original change, it would be a crooked way and he would take the wrong path. How can there be such a change? Could it be that the goddess of luck has favored me and allowed me to suddenly have an epiphany and comprehend the true essence of the 8 Desolation Indestructible Mystic art? He muttered in his heart. Qin Feng now felt like he was a natural king in the fire. He had never been in such a good state before. At this moment, if Qin Feng said that he was not a manifestation of spiritual fire, no one would believe him. In an instant, it seemed that the real fire was attracted and mobilized. It was the source of the fire. The chaotic fire grand magic was like an extension of his body and was compatible with his soul. Although he did not know what was going on, Qin Feng knew that this was definitely a good thing. Well, since I've already cultivated it, I'll just call it the 8 Extreme Divine Transformation. Unknowingly, Qin Feng appeared at the entrance of the Red Fire Mansion. Madam, seeing the fire spirit enchantress appear, the 2 powerhouses of the fire demon clan hurriedly bowed. Catching up on yesterday's update. Chapter 691. Madam, the king is in seclusion. Do you need something? The 2 fire demons lowered their heads and flattered her. They were also fire spirits born from the earthly fiend flames. They were considered the Scarlet Flame Demon King and Fire Spirit Beauty's clansmen, so they had a higher status. If it was someone else who was so long-winded, the Fire Spirit Beauty would have slapped them away. All right, move aside. I have something to talk to the king about. The Scarlet Flame Demon King hid in the Fire Palace all year long, trying to refine the Fire Universe true treasure. No one knew about this except for the Fire Spirit Beauty. Others only thought that the Scarlet Flame Demon King was cultivating in seclusion and was a cultivation maniac. The two fire demons didn't dare to stop Qin Feng as he walked into the Fire Palace. The Fire Palace was completely golden red. The entire Fire Palace was built in a volcano. It was made from the extremely precious fire spirit essence gold collected from the fire veins. It was shining with dense fire energy. It was very grand and majestic. Qin Feng walked in and saw the Scarlet Flame Demon King in the main hall. He was an extremely tall demon king. His body was burning with a faint golden light. He wore a fishtail crown, and his face was as red as dates. He had red hair and a red beard. He had 3 eyes and wore a red flame robe. There was a red lamp on his shoulder. He spat out balls of fire from his mouth. There were 12 pearls in front of him, emitting extremely dense fire energy. Each pearl was like a big sun, emitting a heavy power. This was the Scarlet Flame Demon King's treasure, the 12 Chongming Flame Pearls. They were made from the countless spiritual fire energy collected from the earth veins. Each pearl had the power to burn mountains and boil seas. The Scarlet Flame Demon King had obtained a secret technique. Each of the 12 Chongming Flame Pearls was refined into a new fire elemental grotto heaven. Each of the 12 pearls was equivalent to the power of a mountain. Once smashed, even a saint would be turned into a meat patty. My king, your treasure is getting more and more amazing. If you can refine a heavenly spirit seal, it will become an acquired true treasure soon. Madam, you flatter me. It's still too early. I've spent decades refining these 12 pearls, and the strongest one is only 65 layers of Earth Fiend restriction. It's still far from being able to combine 72 layers of Earth Fiend restriction into a heaven star. The Red Flame Demon King wasn't surprised by the Fire Spirit Witch's arrival. He wasn't on guard. The Fire Spirit Beauty was known as one of the 4 kings, but she was actually his Tao companion. He channeled his lifeblood flame and formed countless seals. Rolling fire chi interweaved in his hands and transformed into Earth Fiend runes to replenish the 12 Chongming Lian pearls. Above his cave dwelling, a cauldron wall gave off a gush of golden red fire chi. He guided it down and refined it into the Chongming Lian pearls. This demon monarch is quite smart. He knows that if a connate true treasure like the Fire Universe Cauldron doesn't recognize its master, he won't be able to refine it. I might as well use the power of the Fire Universe Furnace to refine my own true artifact. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng approached with light steps, his killing intent concealed. My king, let me lend you a hand. Good. It's great that Madam has such intentions. The Scarlet Flame Demon King chuckled. It's over. This idiot is dead for sure. Seeing that the Scarlet Flame Demon King didn't see through Qin Feng's identity, the demoness shook her head. However, the Scarlet Flame Demon King couldn't be blamed. Qin Feng's innate divine ability was simply too miraculous. After the transformation, even the aura of the soul was imitated to perfection. In addition to Qin Feng's primal chaos star incantation, it was truly impossible to tell at first glance. Qin Feng chuckled. With the turn of the year, the heavenly insight energy transformed into the fire spirit true force. Surging flames shrouded the 12 Chongming Lian pearls with his seals. Complicated and cryptic runes flew out from his hands and transformed into runes that seeped into the 12 Chongming Lian pearls. In an instant, an Earth Fiend seal on one of the pearls was completed and it advanced to the 66th level. Impressive. I didn't expect Madam to have such a high level of understanding in the art of seals and formations. The Scarlet Flame Demon King's eyes lit up. The impressive part is yet to come. Qin Feng sneered in his mind. Waves of extremely mysterious fire elemental seals were formed by him. Seizing the opportunity, the heavenly insight energy started to seep into the 12 Chongming Lian pearls silently. The 12 Chongming Lian pearls were of extremely high quality. If they could be refined properly, it might be possible to turn them into a set of fire elemental true weapons. Qin Feng was naturally very attentive to his own treasures. With his eyes flashing, Qin Feng moved his head and a pearl flew out. Genuine Earthfire Pearl? The Scarlet Flame Demon King widened his eyes and looked at the pearl that flew out from Qin Feng's head in surprise. I didn't expect Madam to have such a fire elemental treasure. That Luo Lan City's city lord, old monster Qianhua, also has such a precious pearl. I've asked for it many times and even took out the heaven-class spiritual root, Red Essence Fire Tree, to exchange with him. However, that old monster treated it like his life and was unwilling to exchange it. How did Madam have such a treasure? How come I didn't know it all? The Scarlet Flame Demon King stared at Qin Feng with bright eyes. His 3 red magma-like eyes were filled with suspicion, greed, and anger. Qin Feng sneered in his heart and said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Ever since I learned that Your Majesty needed a fire elemental spirit pearl, I just remembered that I came across an ancient cave mansion before I transformed. There was a Qinyuan earth fire pearl in that ancient cave mansion. This time, I specially took it to refine a treasure for Your Majesty." The Scarlet Flame Demon King's anger turned into joy. "Haha, Madam is so considerate. Since that's the case, Madam, quickly do it and integrate this treasure into the Chongming Lian pearls. With this fire elemental spirit pearl, this king's Chongming Lian pearls will not be far from advancing to a true weapon." Qin Feng looked indifferent and threw the Qianyuan earth fire pearl into the 12 Chongming Lian pearls. Countless Lian flames rose into the air and changed according to his hand seals. The Qianyuan earth fire pearl was refined inch by inch. Gradually, the Qianyuan earth fire pearl merged with one of the Chongming Lian pearls. After merging with the Qianyuan earth fire pearl, the Chongming Lian pearl's brilliance skyrocketed and a series of Lian seals were formed. The 67th seal, 68th seal, 69th seal, 70th seal, 71st seal, 72nd seal. In the blink of an eye, the 72 Lian seals were completed. Vaguely, a trace of heavenly dipper spirit light was produced from the 72nd seal. As long as this pearl was nurtured for a period of time, it would be able to merge with the earth and fiend and refine it into an Hotian true weapon. Looking at these changes, the Scarlet Flame Demon King could not stop smiling. Good chance. Taking advantage of the moment when the Crimson Flame Beast King's mind was fluctuating, Qin Feng's figure instantly disappeared. The majestic heavenly abode energy turned into a huge black hole, instantly sucking the Crimson Flame Beast King, who was immersed in joy and defenseless, into the chaos heavenly abode. Whether it was intentional or just a coincidence, the Scarlet Flame Demon King fell toward the demonic woman's bathing place. The demonic woman, who was soaking in the heavenly spring of life, instantly sensed it. With a light snort, the Scarlet Flame Demon King, who was about to fall from the sky, silently exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Qin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. A quasi-sage great demon king couldn't even withstand a light snort from the demonic woman. Qin Feng could see that the Scarlet Flame Demon King was completely dead. Even his soul had been obliterated. "Stinky brat, trying to play tricks with your sister." The demonic woman's angry voice sounded in his ears. Qin Feng's figure instantly sank into the fire vein, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. He was battered and exhausted. Chapter 692. Damn Demonis. Qin Feng rushed out of the fire vein with disheveled hair. He wanted to find trouble with the Demonis, but he was powerless. His gaze landed on the 12 Chongming Inferno Pearls. One of them had already completed 72 earthly fiend seals. As long as it was nurtured well, it would become a fire-type true artifact. The rarest thing was that these pearls were a set. If they were all upgraded to true artifacts and formed into a set of arrays, their value would increase by several levels. Qin Feng opened his mouth and inhaled. The 12 Chongming Inferno Pearls were swallowed into his stomach like 12 streams of fire. He slowly nurtured them with his heavenly abode energy. What's going on? My king, what's going on inside? Sensing the violent energy fluctuations coming from the fire manor, some of the leading fire demons rushed over. Qin Feng's expression changed as he transformed into the Scarlet Flame Demon King. He opened his mouth and scolded the two fire demon guards who had just entered. What are you panicking for? What can happen to me in my own cave abode? The two fire demon guards couldn't raise their heads after being scolded. They could only rub their heads and quickly retreat. Seeing that he had fooled the three guards, Qin Feng's gaze landed on the fire universe furnace above his head. He was a little envious. However, Qin Feng knew that this fire-type true artifact already had an owner. Although the demoness was unruly and domineering, she wouldn't lie to him. Qin Feng had also used the Qianquan astronomical phenomenon to predict good or bad luck. If he didn't use this fire universe furnace, it would be a sign of great fortune. But if he used it, it would be a sign of great misfortune. Before leaving, Qin Feng also searched the fire manor. Unfortunately, he didn't get much. Qin Feng knew that the Scarlet Flame Demon King and the others had hidden their treasures in their own heavenly abodes. He didn't have the ability to directly tear apart their heavenly abodes and take out their treasures. He felt a little regretful and decisively left. After transforming into the Red Flame Demon King, Qin Feng started to visit the experts in the city one by one. He tricked and killed the Red Dragon King, the Red Ling of Gojoseon, and the Heaven Fire Sparrow King. The three demon kings were also almighty experts who had cultivated their divinities, but they were still assassinated by Qin Feng without knowing what was going on. After getting rid of the three archfiend kings, Qin Feng immediately began to take action. It changed in the void and formed hand seals, summoning a flaming mountain. With a loud bang, the flaming mountain slammed heavily into Red Flame City. Countless monsters and non-humans had died unnatural deaths. Even the martial arts giants were smashed to death. In just one move, the entire Red Flame City was almost flattened. His strength has improved. Qin Feng could clearly sense the change. Qin Feng had successfully cultivated the new 8 extreme divine transformation from the 8 desolation indestructible heavenly scripture. Qin Feng's understanding of fire was like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. In the past, the martial arts might not have been able to kill him, but now it was impossible. The flaming mountain was surrounded by countless flames. As Qin Feng's understanding of the fire law increased, it could easily burn a martial arts giant to death. Roar, who's doing this? Above us, it's a human expert. Let's fight with him. Fight my ass. Let's scatter and escape. We'll come back and take revenge on him. 7 or 8 streams of light shot up into the sky from the ruins. A few of the Almighties charged toward Qin Feng without any regard for their lives, but most of them rushed in all directions. You still want to take revenge? You're courting death. Qin Feng glanced over. The space within a few hundred miles had silently solidified. The expressions of the 8 Almighties froze on their faces. They couldn't move at all in the void. Qin Feng finished his cultivation, and a wave of void vibrations swept over like a tidal wave. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the 8 Almighties of the Demon Clan were instantly killed. Even their souls were shattered and their vitality was wiped out. Another demon city has been destroyed, including Crimson Flame City. Qin Feng has destroyed a total of 6 ordinary demon cities and 1 giant city. He's ranked in the top 3. Xiaoyang Stockade. Many stockade masters sighed as they witnessed Qin Feng's progress. Mercury's Ren Zhonghong exclaimed, "The most remarkable thing is that he's been relying on himself since the beginning." Ren Zhonghong's eyes were filled with regret. It's a pity that he's alone. He can't compare to junior sister Lian Biyun and junior sister Gongsun. Junior sister Lian Biyun has already conquered 7 ordinary demon cities and 2 giant cities. Mars Yanfeng glanced at his old rival and shook his head. That's true. The position of Stockade Master of Peach Blossom Stockade not only tests one's cultivation, but also one's foundation and whether one can stabilize the position. There are exceptions to everything. If one has absolute strength, no one would dare to gossip. Lu Wudao said calmly. He's almost there. Rin Zhonghong said slowly. Although this junior brother has a medium-sized grotto heaven, he's only stronger than an ordinary saint. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for a single saint to take down a giant city. But I don't know how he managed to destroy Crimson Flame City. There's a terrifying innate true weapon suppressing the city. According to our calculations, he shouldn't be able to kill Crimson Flame Demon King, right? He voiced the thoughts of many stockade masters in the stockade. Crimson Flame Stockade has the interference of the innate true weapon, and our origin light mirror can't pass through. This Qin Feng must have some special trump card. Many stockade masters speculated. Many people coveted the innate true weapon in Crimson Flame City, but the stockade masters knew that it was a fat piece of meat that could only be looked at but not touched. It seems that Junior Sister Gongsun has the highest chance of becoming stockade master of Peach Blossom Stockade. From the current situation, that's indeed the case. Junior Sister Gongsun has the Willow Earth 5 Saints and many other friends supporting her in the dark. Junior Sister Gongsun is a beauty that can topple cities, and she has many friends. The experts of Willow Earth Peak are constantly opening a path for her. Right now, they are already in front of the third city, Myriad Flower City. This is the last city where many flower demons gather. Once we break through this city, we will be able to reach the Golden Light Demon Capital. However, I'm afraid this giant city won't be breached in a short time. The Golden Light Fey Kingdom and even some of the surrounding Fey kingdoms have reacted. Although most of the Fey Sage experts have been blocked by their allies, there are still many who have rushed over. This Myriad Flower City isn't easy to deal with. Stockade Master, you're the disciple of 100 Flower Demon Empress and have many strong reinforcements. Brother Lu is right. That 100 Flower Demon Empress is a famous ancient saint. More importantly, she's known as one of the top 10 beauties of the Spirit Sea realm. This title alone will attract many experts. Speaking of 100 Flower Demon Empress, many stockade masters had a look of reminiscence. The three stars looked at each other. 100 Flower Demon Empress was an expert from the same era as their master, Demon Subduing Heavenly King. Rumor has it that even Demon Subduing Heavenly King was one of her pursuers. The second giant city, Earth Pole City. In the air, Qin Feng remembered the second giant city marked on the map. This second giant city was different from the first one, Snow Frost City. I think that after such a long time, the people of the Golden Light Demon Capital should have completely realized that there are at least 2 saints guarding this Earth Extremity City. Qin Feng frowned. With his current strength, he could easily deal with 1 saint, but if there were 2, it would be a draw at most. If there were 3, he would be the one being hunted. Chapter 693. Just as he was pondering, a message came from the bottom of his heart. He found the Kunlun spiritual ruins. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he stopped the thought of rushing to the Earth Pole City immediately. He turned around and directly tore through the void. In just an hour, he appeared at the side of an ancient demon city. Golden Light Demon Metropolis. Golden Light Demon Metropolis was filled with demon aura. The aura of countless experts was like a pillar of clouds that soared into the sky. With just a glance from afar, Qin Feng was shocked. In order to not alarm the experts in the demon metropolis, Qin Feng appeared on a boundless mountain 100 miles away. In just a moment, a scarlet demon aura flew across the sky and landed on the mountain. Scarlet-eyed scorpion greets master. Qin Feng's eyes were calm as he waved his hand. Long story short, what clues are you looking for? Scarlet-eyed scorpion stood up and asked. Master, after a period of interruption by the 5 of us, we found some clues about ancient Kunlun. Ancient Kunlun is not far from Golden Light Demon Metropolis. In ancient times, it was called Kunlun Spiritual Ruins. It was an ancient sacred ground. However, this sacred ground was destroyed during the ancient Great Divine Demon War. Weiwei Kunlun was directly cut off and is now called Kunlun Stage. Kunlun Stage? Qin Feng's eyes flashed. His gaze landed on Scarlet-Eyed Scorpion. Are there any demon forces nearby? After pondering for a while, scarlet-eyed Scorpion said, Master, there are no major demon forces near Kunlun's spiritual ruins. There are only scattered foreign tribes or demon forces that occupy caves to cultivate. All right, you can go back. Don't expose yourself for now. Be careful to protect yourself. Thank you, Master. Scarlet-eyed Scorpion nodded. A scarlet light soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng's figure flashed. Since he had found Kunlun's spiritual ruins, Qin Feng decided to make a trip to Kunlun's spiritual ruins first. He would be able to obtain the merit black-yellow qi in the end. As for attacking the demon city, Qin Feng was not in a hurry for now. The golden light demon metropolis had also reacted. The demon city behind them would only be harder to take down. Furthermore, Qin Feng estimated that reinforcements from the other 5 shifter kingdoms would arrive soon. There might even be experts from the demon temple who would be alerted. Instead of fighting to the death, why not explore the Kunlun spiritual ruins first? Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. With a flash, he tore through the void. A moment later, a figure with surging demonic qi emerged from an old tree. An old face scanned the surroundings. This is really strange. There are clearly abnormal fluctuations of the void being torn apart nearby. A moment later, the old face's eyes lit up. Forget it. Given the current chaos, it's probably some rogue cultivator who came here to take advantage of us. Or maybe it's a spy from Xingqian School. This matter is not under my jurisdiction. The most important thing right now is to catch those perverts who kidnapped our girls. A dark green flame flashed in the eyes of his old face. In an instant, rays of dark green light merged into the surrounding forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kunlun Platform. This was the location of the ancient Kunlun. The surrounding dragon spines protruded out and countless dragon veins and spiritual veins converged. Ever since the dragon veins dissipated, this place was no longer as prosperous as it was in ancient times. However, there were still many demons and foreign races residing here. However, with the impending battle of the Golden Light Demon Metropolis, many demons and foreign races sensed the uneasiness and began to retreat into the boundless wilderness. In the void, a figure quietly tore through the void and appeared. Rumble. The sound of demonic qi colliding startled Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked up and saw 2 groups of people fighting fiercely in the deep ravine below him. You Xingqian School spy, you're courting death. How dare you enter the wilderness to steal the spiritual roots of our race? You're courting death. Kill these humans. It's rare to have their tendons pulled out and skin them alive. Leave the girls as slaves. Following the excited shouts, Qin Feng's footsteps that were about to leave stopped. With a sweep of his divine perception, he saw a group of fire leopard race experts trapping 4 to 5 young men and women. The strength of these fire leopard race experts wasn't ordinary. The leader was a red-haired old man who was a veteran martial Dao overlord. The aura of the origin of fire on his body was obvious. In front of Qin Feng, he was like a torch. There were also dozens of sea reincarnation realm experts left. The strength of the 5 young men and women who were trapped was obviously much weaker. The strongest among them was only at the peak of the sea reincarnation realm. Of the remaining 4, one was only at the miraculous void realm. The 5 young men and women's clothes were all stained with blood. They were battered and exhausted. All of them had suffered heavy injuries. When his gaze landed on the 5 young men and women who were trapped, Qin Feng's expression changed. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. It's actually them? Xuelian, Zhang Xian, Yi Qinghua, Jiang Binger, and Qi Feng only felt that they were very unlucky. This time, they received the mission from All Stars College and came to the wilderness battlefield together. The 5 of them were originally like the others and wanted to make a small profit. In the beginning, with their cultivation, they were doing well. They were like fish in water and obtained many benefits. This time, the 5 of them worked together to take on a mission. In the Kunlun Mountains, near the Golden Light Demon Country, there was a place called the Fire Leopard Race's residence. They had to steal the fire leopard race's spiritual root, the ancient fire tree. Originally, the 5 of them had already figured out the strength of the fire leopard race. The strongest of the fire leopard race was just the fire leopard race's patriarch, who had just broken through to the martial Tao overlord realm. The few of them schemed and got rid of the fire leopard race's patriarch and obtained the ancient fire tree. They originally thought that this mission would be easily completed. They didn't expect that there would be an old monster in the depths of the fire leopard race's territory. In an instant, they were ambushed by this old monster. The strongest, Zhang Xian, was heavily injured. If it wasn't for Zhang Xian fighting against this old monster, everyone present would have died. However, even so, Zhang Xian temporarily lost his ability to fight after being attacked by the fire leopard race's patriarch. Hearing the profanities of the fire leopard race's experts, Xu Yi Qinghua, Jiang Bing'er, and Qi Fong were so angry that their faces turned pale. However, they couldn't help but worry. It was too difficult to deal with an experienced martial Tao overlord. Stay. Looking at your age, you should be some genius disciples of the Xingqian school. How dare you trespass into the wildland? The fire leopard race's patriarch licked his dry lips with his scarlet tongue. His yellowish-brown beast eyes landed on the 4 girls greedily. The 4 girls were all beautiful, especially the girl in the white dress who looked like an ice lotus. She was the most beautiful among the 4 girls. What a heaven-sent beauty! The fire leopard race's patriarch couldn't move his eyes away. Little girl, surrender. If you surrender, I can consider taking you as my concubine and spare your life. Xu felt a chill. That extremely filthy gaze made her tremble. She pointed the fire leopard race's patriarch and cursed. Old bastard, don't even think about it. I'd rather kill myself than let you take advantage of me. Damn it. The fire leopard race's patriarch's face turned purple. You want to do this the hard way? When I catch you, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll make sure you beg for death. He pounced forward, and at the same time, he activated his heavenly insight energy to seal the void. Xu Yi Qinghua, Jiang Bing'er, and Qi Fong's expressions changed. They felt that they couldn't move at all. They could only watch as the fire leopard race's patriarch pounced forward with a hideous smile. I caught a cold yesterday, so asked for leave in the group. I'll update 4 times today. If I have enough time, I'll make up for yesterday's missed time. If you don't have a group, you can join the fan group. Chapter 694. Xu and the other 2 girls clenched their teeth and made up their minds to self-detonate. However, their expressions changed. An invisible and majestic force swept over like a tidal wave. In an instant, the space-time within a few hundred miles froze. The fire leopard patriarch's ferocious smile froze on his face. The rest of the fire leopard clan still maintained their cat-and-mouse smiles. A figure silently appeared between the 2 sides. It's him. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Xu recognized the guy who had seen her naked twice. Qin Fong turned around and glanced at the fire leopard ancestor who was extremely terrified. His eyes flickered. Boom! Many fire leopard clan experts, including the fire leopard patriarch, exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. One glance. With just one glance, the fire leopard ancestor, who had suppressed the 5 people and rendered them defenseless, was instantly killed. Xu Yi Qinghua, Jiang Bing'er, and Qi Fong couldn't believe their eyes. So strong. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. A sharp sword light flashed in his eyes like lightning. Senior brother Qin. Yi Qinghua's lips moved. She seemed unusually restrained. The current Qin Fong was different from when he was in the Skyscraper Ridge trial. A true disciple, with such a status, even if the elders of the Myriad Star Academy saw him, they would still have to pay their respects. Especially the strength Qin Fong displayed. Yi Qinghua and the others felt a heavy pressure from the bottom of their hearts. They unconsciously restrained themselves and didn't dare to act recklessly. After pondering for a while, Qin Fong glanced at the 5 people and nodded slightly. He immediately turned into a gust of wind and left. Qin Feng naturally saw the fire origin ancient tree in the five people's hands. However, an earth-rank spiritual root wasn't enough to tempt Qin Feng. He saved the five of them purely because they were from the same sect. This is the familiar senior brother Qin Feng, that senior sister you mentioned. He's really strong. He killed all the experts of the Fire Leopard clan with just a glance. If we didn't meet this senior brother Qin Feng, I'm afraid most of us would have died in the wilderness. Qi Feng patted her trembling chest. Her beautiful face flashed with a trace of fear and curiosity. Senior Sister Yi, tell us more about your training at Skyscraper Ridge. Based on the strength that senior brother Qin Feng has shown, he should already be a powerful martial artist, right? How on earth did he cultivate? Looking at the chirping Qi Feng, Yi Qinghua and Jiang Binger looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The two women had been estranged from Qin Feng ever since the incident at Skyscraper Ridge. But who would have thought that the other party would become like a carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate in just 1 year? The women also had a special adventure. During one of their explorations, they encountered an ancient ruin and their strength improved by leaps and bounds. However, compared to Qin Feng, they were still too far behind. Xuelian's expression was the most complicated. Her expression flickered and turned into a ripple of strange colors. She didn't know why, but she suddenly remembered that her naked body had been seen twice. That strange feeling turned into a trace of emotion that unknowingly entered the bottom of her heart. Let's go. We still have a mission. Now, the main thing is to hand over the hot potato in our hands to the sect. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. Zhang Xian spoke. His expression was calm. Even though Qin Feng had saved him, his expression didn't change in the slightest. His body was surrounded by an aura of great destruction and destruction. A wisp of sword intent was born. It was frightening. It seemed that after experiencing a life and death situation, he had transformed once again. The four women reacted and nodded. Their eyes fell on the small tree that looked like a red jade coral. The five of them turned into streams of light and rushed towards the Xingqian school. After saving the five of them and forming a good karma, Qin Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of a towering mountain range. Clouds and mist entwined, and strange peaks towered. However, from above, it looked like someone had used a sword to cut off the dragon's spine. Only the lower half was visible. This was the Kunlun platform. Qin Feng glanced around. This place was once filled with mountains and dragon veins. It was the location of a huge ancestral vein in the Spirit Sea realm. It was one of the ancestors of thousands of mountains. Here, one could still vaguely see the ancient style. Qin Feng turned into a stream of light and landed on the huge Kunlun platform. According to his memories, the Kunlun spiritual ruin was hidden in the depths of the Kunlun platform. The Kunlun spiritual ruin was a huge grotto heaven that was born from heaven and earth. It was born from the ancestral vein and was the foundation of the ancient Kunlun sacred ground. However, after the ancestral vein was cut off and the Kunlun sacred ground was destroyed, many experts thought that the Kunlun spiritual ruin was destroyed. In reality, that wasn't the case. Not long after the start of the Golden Era, this grotto heaven was born. At that time, only a demon entered it. That demon obtained many mysterious benefits from it. Later on, he was revered as an ancestor and was known as the strongest expert in the wilderness. It wasn't until he died that someone discovered the autobiography that he left behind and learned of the existence of the Kunlun spiritual ruin. After searching around the Kunlun platform, Qin Feng didn't find any clues. In a flash, Qin Feng stood in the void and looked down. However, he didn't find any clues either. Qin Feng didn't find it strange. If it was so easy to be discovered, the Kunlun spiritual ruin would have been dug out long ago. Little brother, are you looking for the Kunlun spiritual ruin? Big sister knows. Do you want to beg your big sister? Just as he was deep in thought, the seductive voice of the demon lady sounded in his ears. That voice seemed to appear directly in his ears and made Qin Feng's heart itch. Hearing the demonic woman's words, Qin Feng seemed to see the demonic woman's calm and unruffled expression in his mind. Umph. Is this difficult for me? Qin Feng? Qin Feng, have dug out all kinds of ruins. A mere Kunlun's spiritual ruin can't stop me. Qin Feng. Qin Feng harumphed coldly, refusing to admit defeat. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the demon lady laughed. Don't be so stubborn. Although I don't know how you know about the existence of the spiritual ruins of Kunlun, it is not easy to find the spiritual ruins of Kunlun. The spiritual ruins of Kunlun was ranked high even in the primordial era. With just you, it'll be difficult to find it. Even if you do, it'll be a few years later. By then, it'll be too late. Qin Feng snorted. Demon lady, it's too early for you to be happy. Qin Feng, am not an ordinary person. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Little brother, big sister's eyes aren't small. Not only are my eyes big, other parts of my body aren't small either. Qin Feng almost had a nosebleed. Damn demon lady, how dare you seduce me? Qin Feng was infuriated and gritted his teeth. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat her, he would have rushed up and taught her a lesson. TSK, little brother, are you shy now? Ignoring the seduction of the demon lady, Qin Feng rushed down into the earth vein. Qin Feng still had his own means to deal with hollows that were born from the spiritual vein. Moreover, he still had some fragmentary records left behind by the demon god. Half an hour later, Qin Feng appeared in the depths of the Kunlun's spiritual vein. There were still some traces of the ancient Kunlun sacred ground. Qin Feng found an underground palace and sized it up. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. It was rumored that the Kunlun spiritual ruins was on a sacrificial altar somewhere in the underground palace. Chapter 695. Qin Feng frowned as he carefully observed the altar in front of him. There was only one altar in the entire underground palace. Qin Feng could see that there was an extremely powerful restriction around the altar. If one were to set off rashly, even a sage would be in trouble. However, other than the restriction, there was nothing else. There was no entrance to the Kunlun spiritual ruins. But according to the notes of the Kunlun demon god, the entrance is here. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng exited the underground palace. 2 hours later, he appeared at the side of the altar again. He searched the entire underground of the Kunlun platform. There were many ruins under the Kunlun platform. However, Qin Feng deduced that the ruins in front of him most likely had the entrance to the Kunlun spiritual ruins. Could it be that the notes of the Kunlun demon god purposely led me to a trap? Qin Feng felt that he could not rule out this possibility. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. His 10 fingers intertwined rapidly, and a steady stream of grotto heaven true force gathered. Suddenly, Qin Feng shouted, "Condense!" In the next moment, a strange mark that seemed to be solid condensed between his palms. Buzz buzz. An invisible wave spread out with him as the center. It was like a stone falling into a lake, causing ripples. Boom! A moment later, there was a loud bang. Qin Feng felt that the wave he was emitting seemed to have hit a reef. Looking over, a space node appeared before Qin Feng. He extended his divine thought and entered it. A void appeared before him. It's fake. In the next moment, there was another soft sound. Qin Feng followed the direction and checked again. Soon, he shook his head. It's fake again. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. 2 hours later, Qin Feng checked countless fake entrances and finally found the real entrance in an inconspicuous stone tablet. It was a short stone tablet at the entrance. It was extremely inconspicuous, and half of it was buried in the ground. The words Kunlun Palace were written in 3 simple primordial words. In the beginning, Qin Feng didn't dare to be certain. However, after sensing the layer of mysterious concealment restriction on the stone steel, he was certain that it was the entrance. It was a restriction called the Great Kiliacosm Cloud Dream Restriction. Qin Feng had seen this restriction in some powerful ancient ruins. This was an extremely high-level concealment formation. Even ordinary utmost exalts would not be able to discover this formation if they did not have any special abilities. With a flicker, Qin Feng appeared in front of the mansion steel. Zhang Xian flicked his sleeves, and a jade-green pearl appeared before him. Primordial restriction breaking bead. A layer of dark green brilliance appeared, instantly breaking the restriction on the mansion steel. Kunlun. Qin Feng felt as if he were looking at a divine mountain that could prop up the heavens, as boundless might crashed into his true soul. It was a boundless ancient aura. This kid actually found the location of the Kunlun spiritual ruins. A trace of surprise flashed across the demoness' beautiful eyes. She had been watching coldly from the sidelines as Qin Feng approached the real entrance step by step. Qin Feng's method of searching the ruins made her smell a strange aura. Familiar. It was the confidence of entering someone else's house, as if it was his own. He was definitely an old hand who had explored countless ruins. Boom! The primordial and boundless aura shook his true soul. Not only was Qin Feng not shocked, he even revealed a look of joy. His true soul transformed into an ancient innate black and white divine diagram of yin and yang. Like a hungry wolf, it devoured the primordial aura emitted by the two ancient words. He knows what's good for him. The primordial era is close to the Tao. The remaining two words Kunlun are the last essence of the ancient Kunlun. If they are refined into the 5 mountains, the benefits will be endless. The primordial Kunlun was the ancestral vein of all mountains and contained the might of the primordial era. If he could fuse this aura with the chaotic mountain, it would be endless for the chaotic mountain. In the future, it might even be possible to refine a true divine mountain. The demoness was secretly puzzled. Qin Feng's knowledge shocked her. If it was an ordinary person, they would have ignored it directly. Qin Feng devoured this aura, and his soul slowly comprehended it. After fusing with a trace of the primordial power, his true soul could be seen shrinking with the naked eye. Lightning vibrated, like a divine fetus in the lightning. Its essence was improving. There was a pressure that was not there before, just like the Wei and Wei Kunlun. In the next moment, Qin Feng's true soul changed and turned into a majestic divine mountain. A trace of heaven-suppressing power appeared. With this change, the entire chaotic paradise also changed. The crystal wall system was filled with a thick and majestic divine might. The feeling of having just advanced instantly disappeared. The supreme beings sealed in the paradise had the most accurate comprehension of the quasi-sages. The paradise, which was originally a little empty, turned into a piece of metal. A force pressed down from the void, almost suffocating him. The biggest change was the chaotic mountain in the paradise. The huge mountain that looked like an ordinary mountain was like Mount Buzhou. It could shake the heavens and the earth and was unshakable. After a moment, Qin Feng came over with a happy expression. His eyes turned, and he rushed into the Kunlun monument like a stream of light. In the next moment, he appeared in a palace. The palace was huge, but it looked old and dilapidated. It was as if it had been slashed by time and was filled with a dilapidated aura. This is the Kunlun spiritual ruins? Qin Feng felt a kind of emptiness. He also felt a kind of withering and exhausted aura. The entire Kunlun spiritual ruins was like the earth god's secret realm. It was like the dusk of the sunset, filled with the aura of death. Seems like the Kunlun spiritual ruins will be destroyed soon. He sighed slightly. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the palace and searched carefully. After a moment, he shook his head. There used to be countless spiritual herbs and spiritual roots in the palace. There was no lack of rare goods, but they all looked like they had been destroyed. There were many petrified elixirs in the alchemy room. The weapon storage cave was also empty. There were many traces of fighting in the surroundings because of treasures. Qin Feng could tell that there was an internal conflict in the Kunlun sacred grounds before this. There were weathered white bones everywhere. In a mountain behind the palace, Qin Feng saw a huge elixir garden. In the elixir garden, he found several skeletons who had passed away in meditation. The white bones were ancient gold in color and had a huge, majestic aura, like an immemorial giant beast. These were sage bones, and they were not ordinary sages. They were at least ancient existences of the supreme sage level. These few old sages seemed to be in a tragic state. The sage bones on their bodies were not complete, as if they had been slashed by supreme, divine weapons. After searching one round, Qin Feng found nothing. With a flash, he returned to the palace and came to the largest point in the center. Primitive Emperor Hall. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he looked at the 4 words that were filled with the majesty of a god. Every generation of the Kunlun sacred grounds had powerful experts. The last sacred lord was called the Primitive Emperor. He was also an extremely powerful expert. There was a strange power in the central palace that had not dissipated. It was not easy to enter. Standing in front of the palace, Qin Feng felt that if he forced his way in, something bad might happen. Chapter 696. Primitive Emperor Hall. This was the core area of the entire Kunlun. Qin Feng only needed to take a glance to know that this place was filled with countless restrictions and secret arts. Some of the powerful restrictions couldn't even be shaken by the restriction-breaking bead. In Qin Feng's knowledge, there were 3 types of restrictions: Earth Termination Restriction, Heaven Astral Restriction, and Immortal God Restriction. Ordinary pseudo-true treasures would have Earth Termination Restriction. A peak pseudo-true treasure would have 72 layers of Earth Termination Restriction. Only true treasures would have 1 Heaven Astral Restriction. The stronger the true treasure, the more Heaven Astral Restriction it would have. There were 36 layers of Heaven Astral Restriction. Normally, 36 layers could form an Immortal God Restriction. This was a mid-heaven true treasure. A mid-heaven true treasure had an Immortal God Restriction. There were 9 layers of Immortal God Restriction. 9 layers could form a trace of Xiantian, inextinguishable spirit light. That was a Xiantian true treasure. However, Xiantian true treasures were extremely rare. The Xiantian inextinguishable spirit light was close to the most complete law. For example, your fire universe furnace had an extremely complete fire attribute, Xiantian inextinguishable spirit light. If an ordinary martial artist could obtain this Xiantian true treasure, it would be equivalent to obtaining a ticket to the God throne. As long as one could refine this Xiantian inextinguishable spirit light and merge it with their soul, it would be equivalent to directly controlling a complete law and becoming a demon god. When Qin Feng was at his peak, he could directly form the Immortal God Restriction, which was equivalent to a half-god array master. If one could form a Xiantian inextinguishable spirit light, then one would be a true god array master. This was equivalent to the Tao of array masters. Qin Feng was still one step away from this realm. There were many restrictions in the Primitive Emperor Hall, but none of them could stop Qin Feng. There was only one God Array Master in the entire Spirit Sea realm, and that was the primordial mysterious ancestor. He was the ancestor of all Array Masters, one of the 3 primordial ancestors. Stepping into the hall, Qin Feng encountered a few powerful heaven astral restrictions. Qin Feng's expression was calm. His 10 fingers intertwined and formed seals. Like an old thief opening a lock, he easily destroyed the restrictions in front of him. The Primitive Emperor Palace wasn't big, but it was filled with a lot of seals. There were even seals above the 29th level of Heavenly Dipper. Even a supreme being wouldn't be able to deal with them easily. Towards the end, even the undying divine restriction appeared. That terrifying, undying divine seal was like a ball of fire. When one's divine sense swept over, it was like encountering a huge world of fire. Once it was activated, it would be a great disaster. Qin Feng couldn't help sweating as he unraveled the restriction. It wasn't that he couldn't break this restriction. He had broken even more powerful restrictions before. It was just that his cultivation hadn't increased yet, which affected his ability to unleash his full power. If he had the cultivation base of a half-step demon god from his previous life, he might be able to break through an innate indestructible divine restriction, let alone a mere undying divine restriction. How can this guy even undo the indestructible divine seal? The demoness had been paying attention to Qin Feng the entire time. She watched as Qin Feng started from the first level of the Heaven Dipper realm and even unraveled the immortal god restriction that even she was a little wary of. The more she watched, the more alarmed she was. This restriction was extremely complicated and required extremely strong deduction ability. This was extremely taxing on the soul spirit. To be able to undo the indestructible divine restriction with a mere martial Tao almighty realm was simply inconceivable to the demoness. She wanted to pry into Qin Feng's situation, but there was a ball of light in the depths of Qin Feng's soul spirit that obstructed her vision. The demoness couldn't see through it for a moment. And when the demoness looked over, Qin Feng seemed to have sensed it. Just as he was about to move, the universe book turned into a ball of light that enveloped his true soul. The universe book was a glutton. It had been borrowing the chaos tree's void power to recover its vitality. This was one of the few times it had blocked a calamity for Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't mind. This universe book was very mystical. It and Ian were rumored to be the legacy left behind by the space-time master god. Qin Feng had never been able to comprehend it. At this moment, he didn't have the time to care about all this. With the help of the abyssal demon diagram, he unraveled the indestructible divine restriction around him step by step and arrived in front of the main hall. He saw 3 rays of treasure light. The faint radiance was being suppressed by 3 restrictions: 1 gold, 1 green, and 1 purple. The gold light was an incomplete black-yellow seal. Qin Feng's gaze landed on this black-yellow seal first. He could vaguely see a withering world on this black-yellow seal. Black-yellow seal, cave abode hub. Qin Feng instantly understood. This black-yellow seal was the control hub of the Kunlun spiritual ruins. It was the same as his primal chaos heavenly Tao, a grotto heaven artifact. However, this black-yellow seal was much more powerful than the primal chaos heavenly Tao that he was refining. However, Qin Feng was confident that once the primal chaos grotto heaven became a large-scale grotto heaven, his primal chaos heavenly Tao would definitely be much more powerful than this black-yellow seal. Suppressing his happiness, he took a closer look. He instantly realized that this black-yellow seal was nurturing a trace of pure destructive power. It wasn't far from destruction. Qin Feng revealed a smile. He was very lucky to have arrived early. If he had arrived any later, this grotto heaven would be hopeless. The second item was green and emitted a brilliant green radiance. Heavenly Tao Stone. Qin Feng wasn't unfamiliar with this treasure. It was a heavenly Tao stone. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with shock. This was the foundation of the 72 sections. It was rumored to be a primordial mystical artifact. It was because of this heavenly Tao stone that the Xingqian school had 10,000 years of foundation. The sects in the spirit sea realm were a little strange. Without the heavenly Tao stone as a foundation, ordinary sects could only last for a few thousand years at most. They would definitely fall apart in less than 10,000 years. However, it was different with the heavenly Tao stone. Although it wasn't guaranteed that they would be able to live peacefully for 10,000 years, there was a high possibility of success. Without the heavenly Tao stone, they would definitely not be able to survive 10,000 years. This heavenly Tao stone was an ancient mystical artifact. It had the supreme effect of suppressing providence. It could suppress the providence of a first-rate sect. The heavenly Tao stone in front of him was even bigger than the one Qin Feng saw in Xingqian school. The one in Xingqian school was only the size of a bench. This one was not only the size of an ordinary stone tablet, but it also emitted an extremely rich green radiance. It was obvious at a glance that it was of a higher grade than the one in Xingqian school. The third item was a crystal ball that had an extremely mysterious purple color to it. Qin Feng didn't know what kind of treasure it was. Qin Feng stepped forward and first opened the second treasure, the heavenly Tao stone. With a wave of his sleeve, the heavenly Tao stone was stored in the chaos grotto heaven. A sudden change occurred. The moment the heavenly Tao stone entered the chaos grotto heaven, it strangely fused with the creation altar. Even Qin Feng couldn't stop this sudden change. What's going on? Qin Feng carefully examined the creation altar. However, the strange thing was that this creation altar didn't seem to be any different from before. However, Qin Feng vaguely felt that the entire chaos grotto heaven seemed to have come alive. He had encountered many worlds before, and even created an endless abyss that was extremely close to a god-fiend nation. However, he didn't have this feeling. Instinctively, Qin Feng felt that this wasn't a bad thing. Thus, Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to it. His gaze landed on the black-yellow seal. The next step would be to devour the black-yellow seal. Devouring the black-yellow seal would be equivalent to the chaos grotto heaven devouring the entire Kunlun spiritual ruins. Perhaps the chaos grotto heaven would undergo an unimaginable transformation. Chapter 697. In terms of essence, the small seal was only a postnatal true artifact. But in terms of power, it was not inferior to a middle heaven true artifact. The main reason was that it contained the merit black-yellow chi. The merit black-yellow chi had an incredible power. Any true artifact that was infused with a wisp of merit black-yellow chi would have its power increased greatly. Legend had it that there was a supreme treasure called the black-yellow true artifact. The value of the black-yellow true artifact was comparable to a postnatal true artifact. The small seal in front of him contained quite a bit of merit black-yellow chi. Most importantly, it was the source of the Kunlun spiritual ruin. Qin Feng struck out countless runes. These runes were like countless tentacles that seeped into the restrictions on the table inch by inch. One could see with the naked eye that the light of the restrictions was floating inch by inch and slowly disintegrating. Qin Feng waved his sleeves, and a black hole appeared, enveloping the small seal. As the small seal was enveloped, the entire Kunlun spiritual ruin seemed to be engulfed by a mouth. In the endless void, one could see a huge grotto heaven rapidly approaching the grotto heaven of the Kunlun spiritual ruin. It suddenly devoured the Kunlun spiritual ruin that was emitting a withering aura. In comparison, the Kunlun spiritual ruin was much bigger than the Chaos Grotto Heaven, but it was helpless. One was like a wolf, and the other was like a sheep that did not know how to resist. Boom! In just half a day, the entire Kunlun spiritual ruin was devoured by the Chaos Grotto Heaven, turning into a 2,500-mile continent that appeared in the Chaos Grotto Heaven. The change of the Chaos Continent. The two continents were temporarily unable to merge. To completely digest the Kunlun spiritual ruin, Qin Feng still needed a period of time to refine it. The two continents were completely opposite. The Kunlun spiritual ruin still had the mark of the ancient Kunlun, as well as many withering auras. Qin Feng needed a lot of time to get used to it. The moment the small seal entered the grotto heaven, it was devoured by the Chaos Heavenly Tao. In the Chaos Heavenly Tao, countless restrictions were born. Many Earth termination restrictions combined to form a new restriction. The Heavenly Tao Great Enard, which had yet to take shape, rapidly took shape after receiving this small seal. It transformed into a vast wheel of light. 72 earthly fiend seals. 36 heaven astral restrictions. Gradually, the 36 extremely pure strands of heavenly astral spirit light intertwined, and a spirit light with an immortal and indestructible aura was born in the center. The moment the restriction appeared, it immediately suppressed the entire grotto heaven. The entire grotto heaven changed and collapsed in an instant. It melted like ice and melted into the spiritual light. Indestructible divine restriction. Qin Feng felt as if he and his secular world had turned into an indestructible divine seal, swimming in the endless void. In an instant, countless void quintessences entered his mind, and his true soul underwent extreme changes. The innate Yin Qi was all sucked in him like a whale sucking in water. Suddenly, a layer of limitless Yin energy spread out from the depths of his soul. He was no ordinary master. Instead, it was an innate Een god. Sensing the aura of the Een master, the boundless void started to tremble. It was as though an unfilial son had been born and was about to be annihilated. Rumble. In the depths of the endless void, billowing black gas appeared. The smell of evil tribulation filled the air. The second chaos tribulation descended. In the endless void, an endless amount of black chi covered the sky and covered the earth like a black tide that filled the sky. This time, it was the chaos water tribulation. Qin Feng was immersed in the mysteries of the grotto heaven. His body and the grotto heaven turned into an extremely dazzling, indestructible divine restriction, floating freely in the water tribulation. The four major chaos tribulations were the tribulations of the grotto heaven, and also the tribulations of martial arts experts. The chaos tribulations destroyed the earth. The chaos water tribulation corroded everything. This was also a baptism, a good fortune. If one could pass through the grotto heaven, they would be able to comprehend the realm of becoming one with heaven and earth. If not, heaven and earth would be separated and fall apart. In Qin Feng's view, this was also a test from the endless void. If the grotto heaven was perfect and flawless, passing this tribulation would be easy. If the grotto heaven was exaggerated, bloated, and had an unstable foundation, the outcome would definitely not be good. If it was before devouring the dark yellow seal, Qin Feng might have been a little afraid. But now, there was no fear at all. In the grotto heaven, some of the harmful things that usually settled in the crystal wall system were immediately lured and dealt with by the chaos water tribulation. Boundless baleful aura filled the air, especially the Kunlun continent that had just merged in. Countless death aura, evil aura, and that kind of destruction turned into all kinds of evil beings that rushed towards the primal chaos continent, vowing to destroy the grotto heaven. The most terrifying thing was still those mutant imprints, which revealed the figures of those experts and rushed into the grotto heaven. The entire grotto heaven was turned upside down and shook violently, especially the Kunlun continent. It was almost instantly submerged by the world-destroying black water, turning into chaos. Rumble. The great calamity cooperated from the inside and outside. Qin Feng was attacked from both sides, but he was still immersed in the changes. The chaotic mountain emitted a boundless light that protected the primal chaos continent. Some of the experts who had been enlightened gathered at the foot of the chaotic mountain, chanting scriptures, transforming into a golden light that stabilized the chaotic mountain, allowing the many experts to attack it. The chaotic mountain was as stable as the Buzhou mountain in the Great Calamity. Tribulation. He has broken through to the supreme expert realm. Our chance has come. What a great calamity. This black water is more than 100 times stronger than when this king broke through. This brat is dead for sure. Everyone, get ready to attack together. When the great calamity had just begun, some of the imprisoned experts in the grotto heaven had already noticed it. Many people were paying attention and waiting for an opportunity to escape. Below the chaotic mountain, the Siren Queen was expressionless. Being suppressed by the primal chaos mountain, others could run, but she definitely couldn't. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. He appeared on top of the chaotic mountain, and in front of him was an innate Een god that was constantly communicating with the primal chaos heavenly Tao. He glanced inside and outside the grotto heaven, and a cold smile flashed his eyes as he changed the seals in his hands. His primal chaos heavenly Tao body emitted boundless light. It was as if a huge black hole was devouring the boundless calamity water. As the black hole devoured, the manifested imprints immediately became weak, as if they were being pulled out of a pot. Seeing this scene, many experts opened their mouths wide. Is this brat courting death? In the grotto heaven, a group of suppressed experts looked at this scene in shock, and their eyes flickered violently. I think he's courting death. He actually let the heavenly Tao true treasure absorb the evil calamity chi. The heavenly Tao true treasure is refined from the heavenly Tao true treasure. Isn't he afraid that the heavenly Tao true treasure will be completely contaminated? Once the heavenly Tao true treasure is contaminated, it will be completely hopeless. Many experts were ready to take action. Once the grotto heaven was broken, they would take the opportunity to escape the seal and even split the grotto heaven. No, I just saw that he seemed to have obtained a heavenly Tao true treasure condensed from the Xianhuang virtuous qi. A monster king said calmly. What? Many experts were disappointed. With the Xianhuang virtuous qi, no amount of evil calamity would be able to do anything to Qin Feng. A bunch of prisoners. Qin Feng is very smart. Why would he seek his own death? He has seen through the nature of the evil calamity. This primal chaos grotto heaven is impenetrable under his management. If it weren't for the spiritual ruins of Kunlun, the primal chaos black water wouldn't have been able to enter. Chapter 698. The demoness was right. Calamity was good fortune. Calamity was also a kind of power. Qin Feng cultivated the dusk of the gods' great divine ability. He had even wanted to master the calamity law. An endless stream of calamity black water was extracted by the primal chaos heavenly Tao. After sensing that the grotto heaven could withstand it, Qin Feng stopped extracting. An appropriate calamity was only beneficial to the grotto heaven. An unpolished jade would not become a treasure. At this moment, the Xianhuang merit energy in the Xianhuang small seal had already been consumed by half. The primal chaos, heavenly Tao, had completely taken shape. An indestructible divine seal. The second indestructible divine seal was about to take shape. Only the last 4 of the 32 heavenly dipper spirit lights were left to form the second indestructible divine seal. Qin Feng casually put away the primal chaos heavenly Tao that had already taken shape. His gaze landed on the monstrous black water above the Kunlun continent. Boom! 4 or 5 ancient supreme sage imprints were summoned and transformed into dark ancient sages who were attacking the chaotic mountain with all their might. On the chaotic mountain, there would be experts who were sent flying while vomiting blood from the impact. However, these people's devotion to Qin Feng was beyond imagination. Even if they vomited blood, they would still get up and chant the scriptures, offering their last bit of strength to Qin Feng. On the other side, the faces of the sealed mighty beings turned as black as the bottom of a pot when they saw this. Many mighty figures were worried that they would become one of these people who were converted. Being converted like this was worse than death. The one who suffered the most was the Siren Queen. Among the experts guarding the chaotic mountain, the Siren race occupied 70 to 80%. Boom! Then, a bolt of lightning blasted past, and a dark ancient sage was shattered. So powerful! Seeing this scene, many mighty figures were shocked. This is very normal. This is his grotto heaven. Moreover, although these ancient sages had the power of a supreme sage when they were alive, they can only unleash the power of a sage now. Actually, there's still many power imprints on that continent. Unfortunately, they're suppressed by the power of the grotto heaven and can't be revived. A quasi-saint demon king felt extremely regretful. In his opinion, even if only a tenth of those imprints were revived, Qin Feng would not be able to bear the consequences. Qin Feng sneered after hearing the words of these demon kings. Of course, he would not let these imprints revive. Although the owners of these marks were powerful when they were alive, they were just traces after death. If they were not discovered, it would be fine if they were resurrected under the power of the great calamity. Qin Feng dared to devour the Kunlun spiritual ruins, so how could he not be prepared? Rumble. After countless bolts of lightning, the dark ancient sages roared in anger, unwilling to be annihilated, and merged into the evil calamity. After the death of these 5 dark ancient saints, Qin Feng once again released a few imprints. Under the tribulation qi, these imprints instantly came back to life. They transformed into 5 ancient saints and charged out. Qin Feng sneered. Without even looking, he waved his sleeves, and 10,000 lightning bolts shattered the 5 imprints. Borrowing the power of the evil calamity, Qin Feng was like cutting carrots. Every time he released a few ancient sages, they would receive the calamity. Half a day later, countless imprints were taken away by the black water. In the depths of the ancient Kunlun continent, traces of death and exhaustion merged with the black water and were washed away by the chaos tribulation. The entire grotto heaven seemed to have been reborn, emitting a surging aura. After the water tribulation, a nourishing aura was born from the crystal wall system. The crystal wall system was greatly expanded, and countless water lights were born around the two continents. An ocean was born. The remaining calamity of the black water turned into a great fortune. Countless dimensions were born on the crystal wall system. It was no longer a simple illusory plane, but turned into small planes. It was almost a real half-plane. Countless spiritual medicines swayed back and forth. Sensing this type of life force, they became full of vitality, and like leeks, they began to grow rapidly. Many spiritual roots had also received great benefits, and each and every one of them had grown thicker. Even the small tree of life that had just sprouted became a small tree. Its green patterns rippled with its own life runes. After surviving the tribulation, the entire grotto heaven seemed to have completed a transformation. As the creator, Qin Feng was very clear about this change. The fourth level of the middle heaven, grotto heaven. After devouring the Xianhuang ancient seal, the grotto heaven advanced by one level. After surviving the second tribulation, the grotto heaven advanced by another level. The fourth level of the middle heaven, grotto heaven, was comparable to some ancient middle heaven grotto heavens. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he appeared in the Kunlun Palace on the Kunlun continent. Of the three treasures, there was only one purple crystal ball left. The light in Qin Feng's eyes fluctuated. The first two treasures had given him great benefits. He really wanted to know what this last supreme treasure that was emitting violet divine light was. However, just as he touched the restriction, a purple gas appeared in the crystal ball. Boom! This purple gas broke through the air and instantly turned into a line of ancient words in the void. Are you willing to continue the inheritance of Kunlun? It's an inheritance item. Seeing this line of words, Qin Feng frowned. Of course he was not willing. Continuing the inheritance of Kunlun meant that he was going to break out and fight for Kunlun. Probably sensing Qin Feng's reluctance, the crystal ball burst. The next moment, a purple gas flew out toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng was about to block it. "Little brother, I'm here to give you benefits. Don't reject it." Hearing the words, Qin Feng's expression changed. The stream of light entered Qin Feng's mind. Buzz. As if it had completed its mission, the purple crystal ball burst out with a layer of mighty brilliance. In an instant, it broke through the restriction. Like a purple thunder, it tore through the crystal wall of the grotto heaven and disappeared in an instant. Qin Feng woke up. Recalling the information in his mind, he smiled. He did not care about the crystal ball that broke through the air. The demoness mocked. "Kid, you've missed out on a great opportunity. As long as you agree to this little thing, to continue the inheritance of Kunlun, not only will you be able to obtain the true inheritance of Kunlun, but you will also be able to obtain the secret treasures of Kunlun. You've really reached the heavens in a single bound." Qin Feng came back to his senses and snorted. He would not be fooled. Continuing the inheritance of Kunlun was not that easy. It might not be easy to continue the inheritance of Kunlun. How did the ancient Kunlun fall? Maybe their old enemies were still around. Although the secret treasures of Kunlun were indeed tempting, in Qin Feng's mind, there were still many similar secret treasures. Qin Feng did not want to lose himself for a crooked tree. Moreover, Qin Feng had already made a profit. He thought of the reward given by the crystal ball at the end. Divine Demon, Level Heaven, Suppressing 4 Styles, God Slaying, Chaotic Reversal, Demon Suppression, Collapse. A beam of divine light shot out from Qin Feng's pitch-black starry eyes. Qin Feng stepped out of the void, and the power of a supreme existence directly interfered with the void. The surrounding void storms involuntarily calmed down under this power. After checking the direction, Qin Feng's figure quickly rushed toward the Earth Pole City. Chapter 699. Qin Feng traveled at full speed, even faster than when he came. However, when he was 1,000 miles away from the Earth Pole City, Qin Feng suddenly stopped. Qin Feng glanced at the void and sneered. "Come out." For a long time, the void was silent. Qin Feng laughed disdainfully. "Since you dare to ambush me here, don't tell me you don't dare to come out and meet me." Qin Feng said again. "Since you don't want to come out, I'll blast you out." Qin Feng shook his sleeves, and 10,005 elements annihilation true thunders shot into the void. Rumble. Like rain hitting a banana leaf, a large area of the void was destroyed and distorted. Accompanied by an angry curse, a huge umbrella in the color of chaos suddenly shook like a banana leaf that was hit by raindrops. A ferocious man with black wings cursed angrily and put away the huge umbrella with heartache. He can see through the skyless umbrella's concealment. What a powerful person! Several sages exuding murderous auras looked at Qin Feng in shock. The skyless umbrella was the most famous treasure of the skyless saint, an acquired true weapon with 18 heavenly spirit seals. This treasure could hide all traces. Even a saint who was proficient in divine divination might not be able to find traces of the people under the skyless umbrella's protection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 pre-saints, 3 sages? Qin Feng looked coldly at the 5 experts who were exuding murderous auras. If his strength had not skyrocketed, he might not have been able to discover the 5 experts hiding in the void. Qin Feng's eyes were gloomy. "Who are you people? Why did you set up a trap in the void?" The auras of the 5 were very mixed. There were demons, foreign races, and human sages. Qin Feng could not immediately identify their origins. However, the 5 of them all had an extremely strong, murderous aura. Clearly, they were all murderous people whose hands were stained with the blood of countless people. The 5 experts sneered. The skyless saint was the most ferocious. He was a monster born from the heaven and earth's murderous aura. When the skyless umbrella was opened, his murderous intent had long been unbearable. He laughed grimly. "Qin Feng, you don't need to know who we are. Although you've seen through our tracks, you won't be able to escape today." Qin Feng carefully sized up this ferocious saint with a dark blue face. Qin Feng felt a murderous aura from this person, as well as a savage aura that could devour the universe. "You are an expert under the barbarian ancestor. If I'm not wrong, you should be the son of the Wu Huai clan, Li Lu. You know me?" The skyless saint's face stiffened, and a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. The other 4 experts looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. Skyless Saint was different from them. Skyless Saint was actually someone from the ancient era who had only recently awakened. Logically speaking, no one should have recognized him. Qin Feng sneered. "Of course I do. The son of Wu Huai clan is famous." The Wu Huai clan was the ruler of an ancient tribe. He was a wise ruler, but his son, Li Lu, was born from the strange qi of heaven and earth. He had divine strength from a young age and could fight dragons with his bare hands and kill rhinos with his bare hands. However, because of his perverse behavior, the tribe couldn't stand his tyranny and banished him from Nanshan Mountain. Li Lu was extremely violent and thought that this was the greatest humiliation in his life. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and in a few years he died of anger. When his father, the Wu Huai clan, saw his beloved son die, he was so sad that he wanted to die. In less than a year, he also died. The new ruler was a powerful minister of the Wu Huai clan named Bai Huang. He was cunning and cruel, and he used the excuse of remembering the late King Dawei to set up a vicious trap. He built a large tomb for the Wu Huai clan on Nanshan Mountain. More than 100,000 people were needed to build it, so that the wise and brave people of the country had no time to do anything else, so that he could be a stable ruler. After 3 days of work, the tomb was built. At this time, Beiche locked up all the ministers of the late king and told the people that they were willing to die. The construction took 17 years, and the tomb was finally completed. At this time, The whole country was in an uproar, but in the end, they died in the hands of the mob. However, Bai Huang didn't expect that there was a ghost vein under Nanshan Mountain, which was a place of great danger. The Wu Huai clan's father and son were filled with resentment, but after a long time, they came back to life, but they became demonic corpses that were neither alive nor dead. The father and son were lucky. Not long after they became demonic corpses, they met the barbarian ancestor. Who was the barbarian ancestor? He was a ferocious person who could fight with the 5 emperors of desolation. When he was on the throne, he unified the desolation, and even the demon gods could only submit under his banner. The barbarian ancestor appreciated the talents of the two and taught them many secret techniques, and promoted them to generals. Until then, in the battle with the Central Wilderness Great Emperor, the two of them shone brightly. Many experts under the Central Wilderness Great Emperor died in the hands of the 2 demonic corpses. Later, after the barbarian ancestor was suppressed, the 2 demonic corpses were captured by the Central Wilderness Great Emperor and used as a prison to disperse the demonic chi and corpse chi and imprison the saint soul. There were rumors that the 2 demonic corpses had been refined to death by the Central Wilderness Great Emperor. Who would have thought that Li Lu would come out again? The person in front of them was a ferocious person in the legends. It seems that the barbarian ancestor has begun to recover. These people should be the remnants of the barbarian ancestor. They probably want to save the suppressed barbarian ancestor. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. When the Great Era came, all kinds of old antiques came out. The barbarian ancestor was a ferocious person who could fight with the Central Wilderness Great Emperor. Even the demon gods had to submit under his banner in fear. Once he came out, it would be a disaster. The other flame saint's eyes flickered with red light as he said indifferently, "Kid, you're quite knowledgeable, but you still have to die today. However, I'll give you a chance because of your talent. As long as you hand over a strand of your soul and pledge your loyalty to the barbarian ancestor, I'll spare your life. Let's not talk about handing over my soul and being controlled by you. You remnants of the barbarian ancestor can't do anything to me." Qin Feng shook his head. According to what Qin Feng knew, the barbarian ancestor wasn't strong at the beginning of the Golden Great Era. Although he came out later, he still lost the upper hand. "You don't know what's good for you." The flame saint felt that it was a pity. A trace of flames appeared in his eyes. In an instant, a huge hand that covered the sky smashed down towards Qin Feng. The skyless saint, the darkening saint, and the other 2 quasi-saints attacked together. This was a fatal blow. The 3 barbarian saints and the 2 quasi-saints joined forces. Their power seemed to freeze time and space. The vast power descended, and the void a few hundred feet in front of Qin Feng was shattered by the power of the Saint Law. The 5 of them looked either ferocious, indifferent, or sneering. The 5 of them came here to set up an ambush after receiving Qi Mo's message. The 5 of them already knew about Qin Feng. He was a martial Dao mighty figure, had a medium-sized grotto heaven, and possibly had a true artifact to protect him. This might seem terrifying to ordinary people, but the 5 of them had already calculated that Qin Feng could at most kill a saint with his strength. Now that the 3 saints and 2 quasi-saints attacked with all their strength, there was only one outcome for Qin Feng, even if he activated his medium-sized grotto heaven. He would die instantly and be completely killed. Chapter 700. What good trap. If this was a day ago, I might have died in your hands. Even with a medium-sized grotto heaven, I can't break through the combined attacks of 3 saints and 2 quasi-saints. Qin Feng sneered. After becoming a supreme mighty figure, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, just like ordinary martial artists. Because he had cultivated the innate Yin God, the strength he could unleash now far exceeded the realm of a martial artist. Using the power of the grotto heaven, not to mention a 4th-stage saint, he could even kill a 5th-stage saint king who had cultivated a saint's soul. The laws of the Yin God level could carry and control the power of the grotto heaven more than 10 times than before. Break! With a furious roar, the entire grotto heaven instantly changed, turning into a substantial, chaotic, giant sword. The grotto heaven transformed into a sword. He grabbed a huge sword and slashed it down. In the first instant, the void shattered. In the second instant, the 100-mile sky shattered. In the third instant, the 5 saints' combined law torrent shattered. In the fourth instant, the yang god laws of the 2 quasi-saints were split into 2, and they were hacked to death. In 4 to 5 breaths, the 3 saints' Saint Tao laws shattered, their bodies shattered, and their primordial spirits were shattered by the sword light amidst loud screams. Boom! It was as if heaven and earth were split apart by the sword. Hundreds of miles of the void was split into 2, as if a great river was split apart by a sword. The monstrous sword light affected the Earth Extremity City, even though it was hundreds of miles away. The earth cracked, the mountains were split into 2, and even an ugly scar appeared on the ancient city walls of the Earth Extremity City. Hearing the commotion, many powerhouses in the Earth Extremity City were alarmed, and they all appeared on the city walls. When they looked up, their faces were filled with shock. What's going on? 3 streaks of purple chi soared from the horizon. The 3 saints looked up with shock in their eyes. The 3 saints guarding the Earth Extremity City were not ordinary saints. The Path Saint, the Earth Essence Saint, and the Earth Dragon Saint were all powerhouses among the saints. The 3 of them were also overlords in the ancestral court of demons. They were existences at the level of the patriarchs of various races. However, the 3 saints had never seen such a terrifying power. Just a moment ago, the 3 sages sensed a sword light slashing through their spiritual senses. Although it was a few hundred miles away, the 3 sages felt as if it had slashed their hearts. Under that sword light, they could almost see their saint paths being destroyed, and they were completely dead. Furthermore, the 3 saints could clearly sense that a saint had died to that sword, and there was more than one saint. When a saint died, there would definitely be an anomaly. However, the sword phenomenon was completely obliterated. Many cultivators felt a chill down their spines. Many of them gulped and swallowed involuntarily. It was truly too terrifying. That terrifying power had shattered the void for hundreds of miles. Such power had only appeared in myths and legends. No one knew how strong a saint was, but they definitely did not have such a suppressive force. If this sword slashed down on the Earth Extremity City, the faces of many experts present would twitch. A thick layer of dark clouds shrouded the sky above the Earth Extremity City as many demon race experts waited anxiously. The enormous Earth Extremity City was like a gigantic object, like a creeping dragon. Once upon a time, it was like an immortal fortress. However, after looking at the 3 saints, many experts felt a little more at ease. Everyone below a saint was an ant. Saints were existences that had already transcended mortality and were above countless demon race experts. These 3 saints were also very famous in the ancestral court of the wilderness. Among the various demon nations, they were also absolute upper echelons, old antiques, and even ancestors. These 3 demon saints were the stabilizing force. With the 3 demon saints around, the person who attacked would not be able to shake the Earth Extremity City. With such consolation, many demon race experts looked much better. However, the 3 demon saints were not as optimistic as the experts of the Earth Extremity City. The 3 demon saints knew very well that even if the entire Earth Extremity City went up, it would not be enough to be slashed by that person, let alone the 3 of them. Just which expert is it? The strongest saint of the Path Ascension had a solemn expression. This was a young saint. He was like a gentleman, which was vividly illustrated by him. He was a warm stone nurtured by the spirit vein and was born from the essence of heaven and earth for thousands of years. He called himself the Path Ascension and had become a saint for 100 years. There were several experts among the saints. However, even this saint could not help but feel a strong chill in his heart. That sword was something that even saints had to look up to. A kind of pressure appeared in the hearts of the 3 saints. I hope it's not an enemy. However, the 3 saints' expressions soon changed. A figure silently appeared in the void. He was dressed in a black robe and looked very young, but there was a very strong murderous aura in his eyes. That tangible murderous aura caused the clouds within hundreds of miles to turn dark. The world was filled with killing intent. Under this murderous aura, countless demon race experts felt a kind of fear that came from their bones, as if their minds were unconsciously taken away by this figure. The black-robed youth was like a grim reaper that harvested living beings. Under the setting sun, he stood under the setting sun as if he had become one with the setting sun. The three saints were facing a great enemy. Are you the defenders of the Earth Extremity City? Qin Feng's gaze fell on the three saints, and the chaos sword that was transformed from the chaos grotto heaven appeared in his hand. Crack, crack! The chaos sword fell, as if the entire void could not bear the weight of the chaos sword. It made an extremely heavy sound of friction, and the void distorted. Who are you? The three saints' expressions were ugly. Qin Feng gave the three of them an extremely strong pressure. Even if they encountered a Saint King, it would not be so terrifying. However, Qin Feng was only at the unparalleled mighty realm. I'm General Fu Bo Qin Feng, General Fu Bo of Xingqian School's 12th Army. Qin Feng raised his head slightly, and a trace of cold electricity flashed in his dark eyes. I'm here to invite all of you to join the Alliance of Stars. As far as I know, the three of you are saints that were born in the wilderness. Because of this, although your strength is tyrannical, you have always been pushed to the edge. You all know the name of the Alliance of Stars. There are many unorthodox sects and rogue cultivators under my Xingqian school. We have signed an alliance agreement, and there is no oppression. Was this coercion and bribery? A mere unparalleled mighty realm expert dared not to be a saint. The three demon saints' expressions were ugly. If it were not for their instincts warning them, they would have already attacked. The three demon saints' mouths twitched. After a moment, the Earth Prime Demon Saint raised his head and said, "What if our Earth Pole City refuses to join the Alliance of Stars?" Qin Feng raised his head and sneered as he said, word by word, "Kill without mercy." A trace of anger flashed in the three demon saints' eyes. Did a mere child really think that he could behave atrociously in front of a saint? Qin Feng shook his head and said after taking in the three saints' gazes, "Fine, I'll just kill all of you. There's no benefit for me to keep you alive, and it's a waste of my time." Boom! Qin Feng raised the chaos sword in his hand and swung it lightly. A clear sword light locked onto the three saints. The sword slashed through the air, and the extremely bright sword light engulfed the three demon saints like raging waves, drowning the three demon saints and the entire Earth Pole City. Chapter 701. Rumble. The three unbreakable Saint Dao laws were shattered in an instant. The extremely vast sword light tore apart the three sages' sacred bodies. Under the horrified gazes of the three sages, their primordial spirits were obliterated in a thousandth of a second. The monstrous sword light continued to slash apart the experts of the Earth Extremity City who were still in fear. Rumble. The colossal ancient city was split into two by the terrifying sword light that spanned hundreds of miles. The entire Earth Extremity City completely lost its voice in this monstrous and terrifying sword light. Submit or die? A faint figure appeared among the countless experts of the Demon Clan in the Earth Extremity City. He was wearing a black robe and was hovering above the Earth Extremity City. Many experts of the Demon Clan in the Earth Extremity City were terrified. They wanted to resist, but when they saw the sword light that seemed to have split the city apart, they gulped and completely lost the ability to resist. If they could live, no one wanted to die. He's actually so powerful. He killed three sages with one strike. It's really hard to imagine that there's such a powerful Supreme Almighty in this world. In the Shaoyang village, the village masters looked fearful. Previously, Qin Feng had disappeared for a long time. The village masters thought that Qin Feng had given up on the fight for the position of Peach Blossom Village Master. They did not expect him to erupt with such terrifying power the moment he appeared. One of the village masters sized up Qin Feng, who was displaying great power in the mirror, and said after a moment, "His strength has increased by more than 10 times. He seems to have broken through to the supreme almighty realm as well. I don't know how he cultivated. He seems to have broken through to the supreme almighty realm. It's only been a while. It's rare to see such ferocious progress in 1,000 years. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to break through to the supreme almighty realm so quickly. Back then, it took me more than 70 years to break through to this realm. You only took 70 years. It took me nearly 100 years to break through to this realm. What a monster. Just based on this cultivation alone, he's already not inferior to the true disciples of the older generation. Indeed, he's not much inferior to the 9 true disciples. If he's given some more time, Xingqian school will rise to become a giant again." The fort masters all sighed. This kind of change from before to after gave them a particularly strong impact. There was also an incomparably complicated feeling. All of them had experienced hundreds of years of cultivation, or even hundreds of years, and had obtained countless opportunities to achieve their current status. However, Qin Feng's improvement made them feel an impact like an earthquake or a tsunami. Looks like there's going to be a problem in this battle for the fort master position. That's obvious. Qin Feng already has the ability to break through everything with brute force. The Righteous Path Sage, the Earth Origin Sage, and the Earth Dragon Sage are not nobodies. The 3 of them all cultivate the law of Earth and have their own unique skills. They can be said to be legends in the wilderness and have caused great trouble for our sect. However, the 3 sages were killed by a single sword strike. How can the cities behind them be spared? I guess only the last giant city can cause trouble for him. That middle-sized heavenly abode is truly terrifying. A second-order heavenly abode can unleash the power of a 5th-order Saint King or above. I wonder where junior brother Qin Feng obtained this middle-sized heavenly abode. Many fort masters were most envious of that middle-sized heavenly abode. Creating a heavenly abode was extremely dangerous. Among those present, there were only a handful of people who could create a small heavenly abode, not to mention the more difficult culmination heavenly abode. Lu Wudao, Ren Changhong, and Yin Feng looked at each other. Their eyes were also filled with emotions. With the culmination heavenly abode, regardless of whether it was cultivating martial skills or comprehending the law of Earth, the speed would be 10 times faster than ordinary experts. Lu Wudao looked at the Earth Pole city that was being suppressed and spoke slowly. Which fort master is willing to lend a hand to General Fu Bo? This was to help General Fu Bo gather the demon experts who had submitted to him. This was great news. All the fort masters' eyes lit up. Our Zhonghuang fort is willing to lend a hand to General Fu Bo. Senior brother Li, you are the most senior and have the highest cultivation among all the fort masters here. You don't have to fight with us junior brothers. I think it is better for our Black Carp fort to make a trip. With my ancestor Black Carp taking action, it should be enough to gather those demon race bastards in the Earth Pole city. Black Carp, you old man. You are dreaming, gathering the demon race and recruiting experts who have submitted to you. This is such a big cake, and you want to swallow it all. Aren't you afraid that your teeth will fall out? I think it is better for me, Ancestor Flying Dragon, to make the trip. Don't even think about it. I, Ancestor Frost Moon, will not decline. Our Mountain Emperor fort cannot fall behind. Many fort masters stood up one after another. Although the Earth Pole city was conquered by Qin Feng, if Qin Feng ate the meat, they would also be able to eat the soup. The Earth Pole city wasn't an ordinary demon city. It was a huge city with countless demon race elites and many spiritual objects. Qin Feng had killed 3 Saint City lords with one strike, but there were still many mighty figures and demon race overlords. This was a good opportunity to strengthen their forces. If they left a portion for Qin Feng, the rest would also be able to earn a lot. The most important thing was to explain to this new true disciple. In the eyes of many fort masters, even if Qin Feng couldn't take the position of the Peach Blossom Fort Master, his rise was unstoppable. With a medium-sized grotto heaven, the sect would definitely spend a lot of money to nurture and rope him in. At this moment, it was beneficial for them to form a good relationship with him. Looking at the fort masters, Lu Wudao berated loudly. "Everyone calm down, calm down. You're all ancestor. How can you make a ruckus here and lower your status?" The fort masters quieted down. Lu Wudao might be young, but his status, strength, and background were not comparable to the fort masters, especially one of his identities, the personal disciple of the demon vanquishing Heavenly King. Even perfected Lord Jiyuan, perfected Lord Honyang, and perfected Lord Qing Huang had to give him face. Looking at the fort masters, Lu Wudao's gaze landed on one of them. "Senior brother Liu, you're the most senior and strongest here. You should be able to suppress those unruly demon race experts. I'll have to trouble you to help General Fu Bo conquer the Earth Pole City. General Fu Bo is also a troublemaker. After you help him conquer the Earth Pole City, you don't have to return for the time being. You can return after the battle for the fort master position is over." Liu, the fort master of the central Huang fort, said with a smile on his aged face. He looked at the fort masters who still didn't dare to do it. "Yes, demons subduing palaces decree." Lu Dao nodded. Liu instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Then, tens of thousands of stars shot into the sky near Shaoyang Fort and rushed toward the Earth Pole City. "That old guy got lucky. Yeah, this is great news. Didn't you see those astral soldiers and astral generals following junior brother Qin Feng? They're all rich. That old guy will stuff himself to death." The fort masters muttered to themselves. Their expressions changed and were full of regret. Chapter 702. The head of the central Huang stockade, Liu, was a famous expert several hundred years ago. In many ancient countries, there were still legends of this demon slayer who traveled through the various countries. Qin Feng didn't expect that he would actually meet this legendary hero here. "Junior brother Qin Feng, we have been ordered to help junior brother Qin Feng clean up the mess." At this time, Liu no longer had the handsome and confident appearance that was recorded in the books. He looked like an old man who had weathered the hardships of life. He looked extremely benevolent and wise, but his eyes occasionally flashed with a trace of majesty. In fact, it was not difficult to maintain one's youth when one reached the level of a great expert. However, not all warriors were willing to stay young. Liu was a saint, surrounded by the Saint Tao. He was like a huge star. Qin Feng nodded at the aura of the same origin as the stars. Liu came quickly. He was worried about how to deal with these demon experts who had surrendered. "Well, I'll leave this to you, brother Liu." Liu nodded slightly. While they were talking, tens of thousands of stars flew toward them. The 12th Army's star soldiers and star generals had arrived. "General, Uncle Liu." General Chongqing flew over. He was wearing a silver-white armor and looked valiant. "Prince Chongqing." Liu nodded. "Prince." Qin Feng's expression changed. Liu smiled when he saw Qin Feng's expression. Chongqing is the prince of the Zhurong country. He has the bloodline of the ancient Zhurong family. He can be said to be the direct descendant of the fire god. Zhurong family? Qin Feng looked at Chongqing in surprise. Zhurong family was one of the strongest families under the witch ancestor. The witch ancestor was a figure from the ancient times. He was a peerless expert before the era of the three sovereigns. He created the witch Tao on his own and dominated an era. Zhurong family was a supreme expert under the witch ancestor and had left an immortal chapter in the legends. However, as the witch Tao declined, so did Zhurong family, just like Panga family. However, the Zhurong family was in a better situation. Zhurong had established the Zhurong country in the realm of stars, which was a high-grade county, second only to the 9 great empires. His country was vast, and his family flourished. Rumor has it that the ancient Zhurong had a son, Chongqing. However, the position of the ancient god of fire had been occupied by Zhurong, and Chongqing was forced to seal himself. Could this crown Prince Chongqing be the son of the ancient god of fire? Qin Feng had some speculations in his mind. His eyes flashed with a strange light. In the future, the position of the elemental fire god fell into the hands of this fire god. Qin Feng felt that he had guessed correctly. The person in front of him probably hadn't recovered his true memories yet, or his true body was sealed somewhere. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng said, Chongqing, you'll follow Senior Brother Liu for the time being. Senior Brother Liu will lead you. Chongqing's expression changed. He glanced at the tens of thousands of star soldiers and star generals behind Liu and slightly nodded. Qin Feng didn't stop and continued to fly towards the 7th demon city. The route he drew on the map had a total of 11 ordinary demon cities and 3 giant cities. Now, there were 5 demon cities and 1 giant city left. Qin Feng felt that he had to speed up. Looking at the giant sword in his hand, Qin Feng's eyes turned sharp. Liu, Chongqing, and the others felt the murderous intent in Qin Feng's eyes. They couldn't help but mourn for the demon race ahead. Qin Feng, who was dragging the primal chaos sword, was simply too powerful. Saints and even sage kings could only be ghosts under his sword. In the ancient origin cave, Yi Ding's expression was ugly. You're saying that Qin Feng has a medium-sized grotto heaven and has broken through to the supreme realm? The jealousy in Yi Ding's eyes almost turned into flames. There was also an unknown surge of anger. How long had it been since he reached the supreme realm? Even if he had obtained the Kuan Peng's blood essence, he would have a narrow escape from death. How could this little bastard break through to the second order supreme realm? Crack! The dazzling golden throne deformed in his hand and was crushed into golden powder. That's not all. Now, the second giant city, Earth Apex City, was also defeated. The 3 city lords, Dao Sage, Earth Essence Sage, and Earth Dragon Sage were all killed by him with a single strike. The middle-aged man sighed. The speed of Qin Feng's growth was stupefying. What? He killed 3 sages with a single strike? Yi Ding couldn't believe his ears. He had always been confident. Ever since the Yi family was destroyed, his life had been smooth sailing. Although he encountered many calamities, not only did he survive them safely, he even subdued many heroines, demonesses, and saintesses. His journey could be said to be glorious. Later on, he was even taken in as the godson of the number 1 true disciple of Xingchen School. It could be said that he could get whatever he wanted. His cultivation had advanced rapidly. Among those of the same age, no one was his match. Even if there was, they would be his stepping stone. Until he met Qin Feng. He couldn't remember how many words Qin Feng had guessed at his feet. He kept telling himself that this was only temporary. Sure enough, his strength had been advancing rapidly. This speed was far beyond that of some monsters. However, Qin Feng's speed of improvement was even faster. It was not scary to be surpassed once, but to be stepped on every single time. This feeling made Yi Ding almost go crazy. Qin Feng. Yi Ding's face was extremely ferocious. While he was angry, Yi Ding suddenly felt a strong sense of unwillingness. Qin Feng, if it wasn't for my godfather temporarily borrowing a part of my luck with his secret technique, do you really think I can't kill you? You would have been defeated by me long ago. You would have been devoured by me long ago. It's a pity that my godfather has reached a critical moment and can't free himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so passive. Yi Ding's teeth creaked. He wanted nothing more than to break Qin Feng's bones and suck his marrow. Little junior brother, should we continue? The Winter Avoidance Camp's chief in green looked at Yi Ding. The Winter Avoidance Camp's chief status was not inferior to the other camp chiefs. Logically speaking, his status was far above Yi Ding's. However, Yi Ding's identity was extraordinary. He was the godson of the number 1 direct disciple of Xingchen School. This identity was not as simple as one imagined. Moreover, before that direct disciple left, he had given an order that if necessary, everyone was to listen to Yi Ding's orders. Yi Ding's eyes were like that of an ancient beast. He sneered. There's no need. Someone will do it for us. The Winter Avoidance Camp's chief fell in a deep thought. Little junior brother, you're talking about the inspector of the monitoring hall, Hua Zishu. Forgive me for being blunt. Although Hua Zishu is strong, compared to Qin Feng, He's like a firefly compared to the moon. I'm afraid he's not a match for Qin Feng. I know he's not a match for Qin Feng. Hua Zishu is a fool who is blinded by jealousy. For that red lotus, he can't wait to tear Qin Feng into pieces. The winter avoidance camp's chief frowned. Little junior brother, what do you mean? Yi Ding sneered. Say, if Qin Feng accidentally kills Hua Zishu, what do you think the sect will do? The winter avoidance camp's chief's expression changed and a smile appeared on his face. Killing a fellow sect member. Of course, everything will be taken away and thrown into the demon refining tower, never to rise again. Chapter 703. This plan is brilliant. Once it's out, Qin Feng will definitely die. The chief of Shirhan camp nodded and said, however, even though that Hua Zishu is narrow-minded, he knows Qin Feng's strength. I'm afraid he won't rush to his death. Yi Ding sneered. Don't worry about that. I have plenty of ways to send Hua Zishu to his death. It's not up to him whether he's willing or not. His eyes flashed with viciousness. 100 Flowers City. Black smoke billowed. Earth, water, wind, and fire flooded the city. Countless ant-like star soldiers and star generals fought fiercely with layers of demon soldiers on the clouds. There were experts dying at every moment. The demon city on the ground was like a meat grinder. In such a great battle, even a martial arts overlord was insignificant. Even the mighty ones could only protect themselves. The decisive ones were the two sages. Gongsun Junyang was wearing a green dress. She was like a clear green lotus, untainted by mud. Two sages were by her side. The three of them looked down on the battlefield. On the other side, the peony saint of 100 Flower City was also leading two demon sages to confront the three sages. Zhang Han said as he looked at the quagmire-like battlefield. Junior sister Gongsun, it's still not enough. Junior sister Shui Yun, junior brother Zhen Di, senior sister Xianin, and senior brother Bai He are under too much pressure. The peony saint of 100 Flower City is very difficult to deal with. Zhang Han's heart was heavy. The difficulty of attacking 100 Flower City was far beyond their imagination. The other sage shook his head. The peony saint was originally the most outstanding disciple under the 100 Flowers Demon Empress. Moreover, the peony saint was the 100 Flowers Empress, and she was also a peerless beauty. When she was young, there were many experts who admired her. There were even peerless geniuses from the 72 sects. Now, many experts have received the message and are coming from all directions. The heaven and earth sects Yin and Yang perfected Lord, Nine Spirits perfected Lord, Green Heavenly Sword sects Lunatic Sword, and Heavenly Thunder sects Purple Thunder perfected Lord. These people are not ordinary sages. 100 Flower City was a huge quagmire. Behind it was Golden Light City. Not only were there experts coming from all directions, but there were also experts from the depths of the wilderness. The Flower God race was not one of the 12 strongest races. However, every generation of the clan leader was a stunning beauty whose name could shake the entire Spirit Sea realm. He had a wide circle of friends and strong supporters. Even in Xingqian school, there was no lack of friends. It was rumored that the palace master of the everlasting joy, everlasting demon, vanquishing sky palace was the current flower god race's patriarch, the 100 Flower Demon Empress. Zhang Han sighed his heart and smiled. But at least we've made some progress. Of the original 3 saints of 100 Flowers City, Saint Qin Xiong and Saint Huang Jun were killed by junior sister Shui Yun and senior sister Xianin, respectively. Zhang Han said excitedly. Moreover, we don't have to be discouraged. The peony saint has the support of the 100 Flowers Demon Empress and a group of good friends. The saints of the Willow Earth Peak are not to be trifled with. With the connections of the 5 Willow Earth saints in the Star Sect, reinforcements will arrive soon. Gongsun Junyang said apologetically. I've implicated senior sisters and junior brothers. You were originally cultivating in the sect, but you were implicated because of this little sister. I feel uneasy. The 2 saints looked at each other. Zhang Han said, Junior sister Gongsun, you're too polite. We're brothers and sisters of the same sect. How can we sit still when Junior's sister is in trouble? Report. A disciple in a green robe appeared in front of the three saints. He bowed and said, Lord, there's news from Shaoyang village. Gongsun Junyang frowned and said, Speak. Lian Biyun has arrived at the third city, Tianyin City. Yin Wanyin, Yang Qin, and Qin Feng have broken through the second city. The other lords led their armies and arrived at the second city one after another. So fast. The three saints looked solemn. Gongsun Junyang saw that the young man seemed to have something else to say. What else? Martial uncle asked senior sister Gongsun to speed up. Speed up? The three saints were surprised. The three saints clearly felt a sense of heaviness. What's going on? The green-robed disciple whispered. Martial uncle sent a message. He said that the biggest competitor isn't senior sister Lian Biyun, Yang Qin, or Yin Wanyin, but cave master Qin Feng. He asked senior sister Gongsun Junyang to speed up and secure the cauldron as soon as possible to prevent any unexpected problems. Qin Feng. The three saints looked at each other and were about to ask for the reason. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound of thunder rang out, accompanied by a miserable cry. The three saints' expressions changed. In the sky, a bolt of lightning flashed, accompanied by a bloody mist. Junior brother Jindy? The three saints were dazed. Boom! Purple lightning flashed amidst the thunder, and a wild laughter sounded. True immortal Jindy, I heard that you've cultivated the law of suppression, but it seems that you're just SOSO. You can't even take a hit from my purple thunder flag. In the void, a bloody mist rolled, and a purple primordial spirit faintly appeared. Its face was red, and no one knew whether it was angry or angry. Three figures appeared one after another, faintly trapping purple thunder, true immortal, in a triangular formation. What? Xingqian School's eyes are red. Since you can't beat me one-on-one, you want to gang up on me. Xingqian School's Lu Tufeng's line is just SOSO. Purple Thunder was dressed in a purple robe, and his body was surrounded by endless lightning. He sneered at the three saints surrounding him. His eyes were unyielding, and he wasn't afraid of fighting one against three. Instead, he was filled with a fanatical fighting spirit. A purple banner surging with lightning flashed in his hand, and thousands of lightning bolts surged from the void, tearing it apart. Ninth Lady Gongsun, do you want to break the rules? If so, 100 Flowers City will accompany you to the end. With a cold voice, thousands of petals flew out of the city like a tornado, and three figures like the sun appeared behind Purple Thunder, true immortal. Several saints' auras appeared, emitting terrifying waves like a vast ocean, and the void trembled uneasily. On the ground, the two sides fighting looked up and saw dozens of sun-like auras hovering above them. Ninth Lady Gongsun, Zhang Han, and Iron Scene True Immortal looked behind the beautiful woman in red. At this time, four unfamiliar saints soared into the sky from Demon City. Gathering together, more than 8 saints surrounded the three saints. Damn it! The three saints' faces were extremely gloomy, and they secretly felt that something was wrong. At this time, Earth Suppression Saint was seriously injured, and his body was destroyed. He had lost his ability to fight. Water Cloud Saint, Immortal Sound Saint, and White Crane Saint were respectively tied down by Heaven and Earth Sex, 2 forms True Lord and 9 spirits True Lord, and Green Sky Sword Sex Lunatic Sword. In other words, the three saints had to face at least 6 saints from 100 Flowers Demon City, including Peony Saint. Each of them had to fight 1 against 2, even 1 against 3. Peony Saint was dignified, and her majestic phoenix eyes coldly looked at Ninth Lady Gongsun with a trace of cold, killing intent. Ninth Lady Gongsun, since you didn't follow the rules first, don't blame us for attacking you together. Everyone, take this opportunity to kill Lu Tufeng's saints and make a great contribution to our savage ancestral court. Chapter 704. Should we send reinforcements? In Shaoyang Village, the village leaders' expressions changed when they saw Ninth Lady Gongsuan's predicament. The disparity in power between 8 sages and 3 sages was too great. Everyone looked at Luwu Dao, Run Changhong, and Yin Feng, who had temporarily replaced the 3 village leaders of Shaoyang Village. Luwu Dao shook his head. It's fine. Ninth Lady Gongsun hasn't sent out a distress signal yet. The other village leaders looked at each other and shook their heads. Once a distress signal was sent out, it would be seen as giving up on the position of village leader. Ninth Lady Gongsun was too proud to admit defeat so easily. Yin Feng smiled as he looked at the other village leaders. Don't worry, everyone. Don't forget that Ninth Lady Gongsun was born on Willow Earth Peak. The 5 sages of Willow Earth Peak have a wide range of connections. I'm sure it won't be long before sages from the 28 peaks arrive. The other village leaders nodded at his words. According to the rules, the 12 armies couldn't send out a distress signal. However, if they didn't do anything when their sex experts were in trouble, they would have to bear the consequences of their actions in the future. Luwu Dao, Yin Feng, and Run Changhong smiled bitterly when they saw the expressions of the village leaders. Almost all of Shaoyang Village's sages and above had been mobilized. They were held back by the Central Army's reinforcements, so there were no experts left to send out. The village leaders in front of them were fine, but they were the last of their strength and couldn't be mobilized easily. If they were sent out, the entire battle would fall into a passive state, unless the 3 of them joined the battle. However, with so many sages, even if all 3 of them joined the battle, they might not be able to turn the situation around. Unless we asked Qin Feng to join the battle. The 3 of them looked at each other and fixed their gazes on an origin light mirror. Qin Feng easily destroyed a demon city in front of him. This was the 11th demon city. Ever since he became a supreme expert, the demon monarchs guarding the demon cities were no match for him. The strongest among the demon monarchs guarding the city was only a quasi-sage sun god. The current quasi-sage sun god was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Qin Feng's grotto heaven power. In just half a day's time, Qin Feng effortlessly killed his way to the last giant city. Profound Heart City? Qin Feng looked at the huge city in front of him in amazement. The high parapet wall was like the kingdom of the gods and the myths, towering into the clouds. Looking up, the city wall seemed to reach deep into the clouds. It was an indescribably spectacular sight. Qin Feng, on the other hand, felt a great majesty coming from the giant city. It was a kind of pressure that came from the depths of his soul. Looking at the huge city in front of him, it was as if he could see a terrifying monarch standing on the throne in the depths of the darkness. Looks like this isn't going to be easy. As he pondered, Qin Feng sized up the giant city in front of him. He was surprised to find that this giant city didn't have an entrance and was surrounded by walls on all sides. He rushed into the clouds and was surprised to find that the city wall seemed to change and grow with his gaze. His eyes were always looking at a tall parapet wall with no end in sight. What is this power? Having guessed, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, thousands of 5-colored thunderbolts bombarded the parapet wall. The 5 elements annihilation true thunder, which could destroy mountains, landed on the parapet wall like rain hitting a banana leaf, creating ripples. As expected, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with understanding. Qin Feng's eyes were calm as he stared at the Xuanxin city before him. City Lord Profound Heart, a guest came to visit, but you refused to let him in. Is this how you treat a guest? Little brat, what kind of guest are you? You destroyed my golden light kingdom, abducted my people, and killed my sister and brother. I hate that I can't eat your blood and drink your flesh. However, I'm not a stingy person. Little brat, if you have the guts, come in. Accompanied by chilling laughter, a door of light appeared on the parapet wall, just enough to let people in. Qin Feng sneered. What a good old thief, Profound Heart. I heard that you were an eyeball of an ancient demon god and cultivated the nightmare law. Yet, you're showing off your tricks in front of your grandfather. You're really showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. You want me to come in? I'll come in. What can you do to me? His eyes flashed with a sinister sneer. With a flash, Qin Feng turned into a stream of light and entered Profound Heart City. After entering Profound Heart City, Qin Feng felt his surroundings change. It was as if he had entered the deepest part of the darkness. His surroundings were empty. There was no distinction between up and down, left and right. Looking up, his surroundings were empty and boundless. This kind of aura was suffocating. In the darkness, it was as if an ancient demon god was spying on Qin Feng, as if waiting to tear him apart. In the depths of Profound Heart City, in a palace, a withered old man full of evil qi sat on the throne and looked at the mirror with a cold smile. Qin Feng's figure was reflected in the mirror. In the darkness, Qin Feng was frowning and looking around vigilantly. This brat is really audacious. Does he really think that Profound Heart City is somewhere else? That he can come and go as he pleases? Today, Profound Heart City will be his burial ground. On both sides of the palace, 5 or 6 sages looked at each other, and one of them laughed. The ancestor's name is well known everywhere. It's not something that this brat knows. Back when the ancestor was roaming the wilderness, this brat wasn't even born yet. This brat is ignorant and inexperienced. Otherwise, he wouldn't be seeking his own death. In the palace, the 6 sages came from the depths of the wilderness to protect the Golden Light demon capital. The strongest among them was the demonic sage Indefinite who had spoken. Apart from Indefinite, there are also demonic sage Jiao Ying, demonic bull ancestor, green goat ancestor, and 5 other sages from the wilderness. Demonic sage Jiao Ying laughed. This brat is seeking his own death. How dare he be so arrogant and enter the ancestor's realm of nightmare? If he knows the power of the realm of nightmare, he'll probably piss his pants. Indefinite demon Saint nodded. His eyes were filled with a smile. You must know that when the ancestor was roaming the spirit sea realm, he was known as the nightmare primogenitor. Countless sects trembled in fear, and the realm of nightmare was once a taboo. Ancestor Xuanxin's withered face revealed a terrifying smile. Brothers, you flatter me. What nightmare primogenitor? It's just a random scribble I made in a flash of inspiration. Despite that, Ancestor Xuanxin's face revealed a trace of pride. It seems that we're destined to come here in vain. Demonic bull ancestor's muffled voice made the other sages smile knowingly. What a powerful old monster. Just as I guessed, he's fused his natal grotto heaven with the city. The city's transformation can turn from real to illusory. Truly powerful. Qin Feng smacked his lips and looked around with sparkling eyes. He seemed to have found something and revealed a strange smile, like a glutton who had seen a delicacy. Chapter 705. Rumble. Countless bolts of divine lightning struck out like raindrops. Thousands of muffled, thunderous echoes came from the depths, like thousands of soldiers and horses. Qin Feng used all kinds of divine powers, but when they bombarded the darkness, it was as if they were hitting empty air. It's indeed powerful. Qin Feng withdrew his divine powers. His eyes were filled with a trace of white flames. The flames rushed into the depths of the darkness like infinite light, breaking through the darkness. A huge mountain and river appeared. There were mountains, rivers, clouds, seas, and ancient trees. He broke through the realm of nightmare. Their expressions changed. Demon Saint Amorphous Demon Saint stared at the pure white flames in Qin Feng's hand, his eyes filled with shock. The fire of hope among the divine flames of heaven and earth. Demon Saint Jiao, Demon Ox Patriarch, Green Goat Patriarch, Soul Eater Patriarch, and myriad transformations Demon Lord's expressions changed. Divine flames of heaven and earth were extremely rare. Among them, the fire of hope was known as the fire of light. It burned the 6 realms. In the 3 realms, the desire realm, color realm, and 5-color realm contained all sentient beings. This fire could be said to be the nemesis of negative laws, like the nightmare law. The 6 sages' gazes landed on Old Man Xuanxin. Instead of being angry, Old Man Xuanxin looked happy. Soul Eater Patriarch couldn't help but ask, Brother Xuanxin, your realm of nightmare has been burned by the divine fire of light. Why are you still smiling? Old man Xuanxin looked over and smiled. Brother Soul Eater, you don't know this. My realm of nightmare isn't as weak as you think. Although the divine fire of light restrains it, my realm of nightmare has long broken away from the concept of evil. It has long been combined with good and evil. The divine fire of light can't burn this realm of nightmare. Demon, Saint Amorphous Demon, Saint smiled. Yes, we forgot that the Patriarch has long advanced to the Sacred King realm. Yin and Yang have combined. This realm of nightmare is no longer restricted by Yin and Yang. The 5 demon saints nodded. After the Saint realm, if one wanted to advance to the Sacred King realm, one had to combine Yin and Yang and be invincible. Although the Saint realm could create and destroy with a thought, creating countless grotto heavens and small worlds in the blink of an eye. However, they still had to follow a certain restraint. Once they advanced to the Sacred King realm, they would jump out of the barrier. Ancestor Xian Xin was extremely pleased with himself. Although he had not taken a single step out of Xian Xin City for the past few hundred years, he had been improving all the time. It was no longer appropriate to call him Realm of Nightmare. The original Realm of Nightmare had merged with the Realm of Hope that everyone in the city had hoped to carry. Nightmare and Hope had merged into one, and it was called the Big Dream Realm. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it home. Of old, Qin Feng couldn't help but admire mysterious heart, old man's guts. It was extremely dangerous to combine one's natal paradise with the city. Normally, the natal paradise of Saint would be hidden in the deepest part of the endless void for fear of being discovered by the enemy. Once the grotto heavens were destroyed, at least half of the martial arts experts would be crippled. Their chi flow would be affected, and their souls would be severely damaged. There was no other way but to reincarnate. Although the scenery in front of him was beautiful, Qin Feng knew that it was all an illusion. In reality, the flame of hope had not damaged the realm of nightmare at all. It's a pity that Qin Feng is not strong enough. If Qin Feng had reached the Sacred King realm, this old man would have had a hard time. Patriarch Soul Eater secretly felt that it was a pity. People of the same trade were enemies. Patriarch Soul Eater had a strange origin. He was an ancient war soul born in an ancient tomb deep in the wilderness. His boundless war soul had built the Netherworld Kingdom, and he cultivated the law of the soul. Others thought that old ancestor Xuanxin cultivated the law of nightmare or illusion. But Patriarch Soul Eater knew that old ancestor Xuanxin had already refined the law of the soul. The two of them could be said to be rivals. They were destined to be rivals in the battle for the great Tao in the future. If anyone in the city wanted Qin Feng to kill old ancestor Xuanxin, Patriarch Soul Eater would definitely be the first. Old ancestor Xuanxin did not sense Patriarch Soul Eater's hostility, or perhaps he had suppressed it. He looked around the mirror and smiled. It seems that this kid has run out of tricks. The 5B saints smiled and nodded slightly. It would be best if Patriarch Xuanxin could kill Qin Feng alone. They would not have to do anything. Patriarch Xuanxin's eyes had a deep, cold smile. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He was waiting for Qin Feng to attack that medium-sized grotto heaven. He had received information long ago that Qin Feng had a medium-sized grotto heaven. The reason why he had kept Qin Feng in Xuanxin City was to wait for Qin Feng to use that medium-sized grotto heaven. If it was an ordinary small grotto heaven, Qin Feng's medium-sized grotto heaven would definitely be torn apart. However, his big dream space was different from ordinary small grotto heavens. As the saying went, the bigger the heart, the bigger the dream. Swallowing a medium-sized grotto heaven would not be a problem. He was waiting for Qin Feng to use his grotto heaven. Then he would take the opportunity to devour it. Therefore, he was not in a hurry at all. Qin Feng, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I opened up my grotto heaven and let you in. I even exposed the secret that Xuanxin City is my natal grotto heaven. I want to give you a chance. Old ancestor Xuanxin's eyes were filled with a trace of greed. Qin Feng was a big fat sheep. Qin Feng did not let Patriarch Xuanxin have his way. He went deep into the realm of nightmare and tore the space apart several times, as if he was looking around. Take a look here, take a look there. For hours passed, but he did not look anxious at all. Instead, he was in high spirits. The six beast saints looked at each other. The most irascible one, old ancestor bull demon, could no longer sit still. He could not help but speak to Patriarch Xuanxin in a hoarse voice. Patriarch, why don't you use your methods to deal with this kid? Instead, you let him swim around in the realm of nightmare. Look at how happy he is. Patriarch Xuanxin's original intention was to wear down Qin Feng's will. When Qin Feng could no longer hold back, he would use the medium-sized grotto heaven. He would grab it and completely devour it. With Qin Feng's medium-sized grotto heaven as nourishment, he would promote the realm of nightmare to a medium-sized grotto heaven in one fell swoop. At this moment, he also felt a sense of impatience. This Qin Feng didn't have the slightest hint of impatience. Just as the demon ox ancestor had said, Qin Feng instead treated the realm of nightmare as a playground and was having a lot of fun. When he saw the beast saints looking at him, he felt a little embarrassed. Everyone, don't be anxious. The best part is yet to come. As he spoke, he formed a seal. In an instant, Qin Feng's surroundings changed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless gods and demons rushed toward Qin Feng to crush him. Chapter 706. The six beast sages' expressions changed when they saw the endless number of gods and demons appear. This was the true ability of the realm of nightmare. Although the countless gods and demons were created by the realm of nightmare, any injuries caused by these gods and demons would be reflected on their bodies. Once they were killed, they would die. Looking at the horrifying gods and demons that filled the sky, even the six beast sages were shocked. To be fair, even if they were caught in the gods and demons that covered the sky, there was a high chance that they would die without a burial place, unless they tore through space. However, the realm of nightmare was suppressed by Ancestor Xuanxin and countless experts in the city praying all the time. Tearing through space was extremely difficult, unless they had a true weapon that could destroy the grotto heaven. Ancestor Xuanxin's eyes revealed a trace of coldness and viciousness. With such pressure, Qin Feng would have no choice but to use the power of the grotto heaven. Suddenly, countless gods and demons appeared in the surroundings. Under the aura of these gods and demons, Qin Feng was like a candle in the wind. Rumble! A giant palm slammed on Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's expression did not change. He smiled coldly, and a circle of extremely dense black light appeared around him. Rumble! The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The scene of Qin Feng being flattened by the palm did not occur as expected. On the contrary, when the gods and demons came into contact with the layer of black light, they melted like snow under the sun and turned into endless black gas that entered Qin Feng's body. Old man Xuanxin, do you really think that I'm traveling in your realm of nightmare? Let me tell you the truth, you old man. I've long known your motive. Big dream, big world, big world. You have a good idea, but it's a pity that you want to use this move to deal with your grandfather. You're incomparably stupid. Cackling, Qin Feng seemed to have turned into a long river of black gas that swept through the entire realm of nightmare. Wherever the rolling black light passed, the gods and demons that were formed were disintegrated and swept away. In just an instant, countless gods and demons were swallowed by Qin Feng. A huge black lotus appeared under his feet. Inside the main hall, Ancestor Xuanxin and the six beast saints only took one look at the black lotus, and immediately, endless inner demons appeared in their hearts, as if they were about to be demonized. Even the sage Tao laws in his body and his primordial spirit had been demonized and withered. What power is this? What happened? The saints hurriedly cut off this part of the primordial spirit. Precepts. In the blink of an eye, all the saints were greatly injured. Everyone was shocked. With just one look, it was able to cause the mind of a demonic saint to be in chaos, causing inner demons to rise. This black lotus was completely beyond the understanding of saints. Ancestor Xian Xian's face was ashen. He was the unluckiest of them all. The huge black lotus had unknowingly taken root in the realm of nightmare. He mobilized the origin of the realm of nightmare to try to erase the black lotus. However, no matter what he did, the origin of his realm of nightmare was continuously devoured by the black lotus. Damn it! Ancestor Xian Xian's face was livid with rage. What the hell is that? The six sages could sense Patriarch Xuanxin's fear as he stared at the black lotus. The six saints were shocked. What is that thing? In the depths of the grotto heaven, the demonic woman's voice was also heard. There was a rare trace of seriousness in her tone. This was the second time she had seen Qin Feng use this secret technique. This is the black lotus of the inner demons, the supreme treasure of the demonic path. With this black lotus in hand, I am the ancestor of the inner demons, the master of all demons, and the origin of the demonic world. Qin Feng's consciousness appeared beside the demonic woman's ears. When the demonic woman came into contact with this consciousness, she felt as if countless divine consciousness and precepts had been demonized and fallen into depravity. The demonic woman was shocked to have destroyed so many demonic thoughts in 1 year. What an evil power! The demonic woman's origin was extremely mysterious. Since ancient times, she had seen countless experts rise. Even the 5 emperors of the 5 desolates were her juniors. Even the 3 ancient emperors had to respect her. However, she had never seen such a terrifying evil technique. In the primordial era, there were many evil ancestors, but none of them had the essence of such an invasive power. Demon. This was the first time it had appeared in the spirit sea realm. Among the many experts in the supreme, ancient, immortal realms, there were many who considered themselves devils. But in truth, that was nothing more than a title. However, at this moment, the demonic woman felt that the deepest part of the endless void was trembling, as if it had truly recognized Qin Feng. It recognized him as the origin of all demons, the master of all demons. Just like the ancestors of the various paths, like those supreme existences in the primordial era who had opened up a path, Ancestor Xuanxin circulated the boundless soul precepts, trying to purify the foundation of the realm of nightmare. However, he realized that it was too late. He saw that a small part of the originally pure nightmare origin had been demonized. All the nightmare power and the power of hope in the realm of nightmare had been infected, demonized, and turned into a kind of demonic power. There were also countless black chi of the inner demons that used the many negative thoughts in the realm of nightmare to enter the depths of the realm of nightmare, demonizing the entire realm of nightmare into a supreme demonic domain. Ancestor Xuanxin's eyes were dripping with tears. At this moment, he already felt that the realm of nightmare was hopeless. The origin had been completely contaminated by that strange and extremely difficult to deal with power. That demonized power was too strange. At this moment, he already knew that he was completely under Qin Feng's control, so he simply calmed down. What is this? Black chi flashed, and Qin Feng silently appeared in front of Ancestor Xuanxin and the 6 sages. This is the inner demon. I see. It seems that I have led the wolf into the house. Ancestor Xuanxin's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Qin Feng sneered. Now you understand. You used the realm of nightmare as a catalyst to lure me in. Do you think that I don't know what you want to do? You want to use the characteristics of the realm of nightmare to devour my medium-sized grotto heaven. I have to say that your idea is not bad. Unfortunately, you don't know that I have cultivated the supreme inner demon technique, so I am not afraid of your grotto heaven world at all. Ancestor Xuanxin suddenly recalled the scene of Qin Feng roaming around the nightmare grotto heaven. The highest level of the primitive inner demon sutra was that as long as the inner demon did not die, the demon lord would not be destroyed. As long as there were still inner demon thoughts and emotions in a living being's heart, they would not be destroyed. Ancestor Xuanxin used the realm of nightmare, a world built from faith and thoughts, to trap Qin Feng was like letting a glutton into a granary. How could the outcome be good? The sixth-grade Black Lotus absorbed the entire realm of nightmare, and countless thoughts were continuously converted into a boundless demon domain. Without the realm of nightmare, Ancestor Xuanxin was nothing in Qin Feng's eyes. Ancestor Xuanxin was filled with hatred, and a wave of destructive power fluctuated in his eyes. Although he had been tricked by Qin Feng, he could still perish together with Qin Feng. Boom! The surrounding space distorted, and an earth-shattering power erupted from Ancestor Xuanxin's withered body, tearing the sky apart. The space seemed to be unable to withstand such pressure and was about to explode in the next moment. The six sages were shocked. They quickly tore open the realm of nightmare and rushed out of it. You want to self-destruct? Dream on. Do you think you can escape? Boundless grotto heaven power continuously fell from the depths of the void above his head. Qin Feng's hands changed innumerable hand seals as he roared. Myriad worlds, demonic transformation. An extremely dense black light surged from his hand into the depths of the realm of nightmare, completely turning it into a demon domain. At the same time, a huge wave of demonic precepts blasted into Ancestor Xuanxin's body. Ancestor Xuanxin's eyes flashed with an intense struggle. After a moment, he sighed softly. Damn it! I've been suppressing my golden thread year after year, and I've been working for others. Boom! Boundless demonic chi rushed out from the depths of Ancestor Xuanxin's body. The extremely majestic Saint Path precepts were transformed by the demonic chi into a terrifying demonic precepts that resembled a black dragon. From then on, the first demonic path sacred king of the spirit sea realm was born. Chapter 707. Boom! Endless demonic chi rushed out, and all the demonic chi in his body turned into true demonic power. His old figure gradually became younger, as if he had been reborn. The aura of life surged out. His face was filled with a kind of demonic beauty. His demonic body exuded an extremely powerful aura. The terrifying demonic laws were like the roar of a black dragon, and the surrounding hundreds of miles seemed to have turned into a terrifying demonic domain. Qin Feng stepped on the Black Lotus, which slowly rotated and completely demonized Patriarch Xuanxin. There seemed to be an additional demonic law on his body. It was a supreme, almighty-level demonic law. This was not an ordinary demonic law, but a demon master law. The more demonic martial arts experts he demonized, the more the demon master law would continue to grow. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Even he did not expect the appearance of the demon master law. In his previous life, he had also condensed the demonic law. Although he called himself the third demon ancestor, a Tao ancestor, and created the Tao of the mental demon. However, the true demon master law was not born. It was rumored that there were a few unique laws in the world, such as the demonic laws, the witchcraft laws, and so on. The demonic laws belonged to the demon ancestor. The witchcraft laws belonged to the witch ancestor. Qin Feng had always thought that it was just an ancient myth. Today, however, the demonic laws were born. The demonic laws belonged to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. In the primordial era, there was actually a martial ancestor, but the martial ancestor was killed by the gods. After demonizing, Patriarch Xuanxin immediately turned his gaze to the 6 demon saints above Xuanxin City, who were still in shock. 3,000 great worlds! How powerful was a grotto heaven? It was enough to destroy hundreds of miles of mountains. Although City Lord Xuanxin's 3,000 great worlds were illusory, the power it contained was enough to shake the heavens. Boom! The 6 demon saints were caught off guard and were hit by the 3,000 great worlds of the demonic laws. In an instant, they vomited blood and flew backward. Many of their bones were broken, and their sacred bodies were almost shattered. Xuanxin, are you crazy? Demon Saint Amorphous was furious. A pearl flew out of his head and blasted toward Patriarch Xuanxin. This was his law of suppression. He had condensed the law of suppression into a sea-calming divine pearl. At that moment, it smashed down as if it had the power of an ocean. The void was shattered by the Dinghai pearl. Rumble. At this moment, great ancestor Xuanxin's ferocious nature was unleashed. His sage king-level demonic precepts blasted the Dinghai pearl away. 3,000 great worlds. The demonic Tao laws solidified. He swung them up like a sledgehammer, smashing them into the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. Demonic Saint Indefinite, Demonic Saint Joing, Demonic Bull Patriarch, Green Goat Patriarch, Patriarch Soul Devourer, and myriad transformations Demonic Lord all had their Saint Tao laws severely damaged. Pucci. Streaks of blood mist rose into the sky. Xian, you old bastard. How dare you betray the wildlands? You're dead. The ancestral court of the sage temple won't let you off. Patriarch Soul Devourer cursed loudly. The power of a saint king was not something that a saint could compare to. Saint laws were barely comparable to saint king laws. It was like iron meeting a peerless divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. The 6 beast saints' faces were covered in blood. They covered their heads and fled like rats. Damn that old bastard Xian. He didn't show any mercy. Damn it. The 6 beast saints used all their strength to escape with all their might. Qin Feng looked coldly at the scene. He did not make a move. He had the ability to kill saints and even saint kings. However, if these saints and saint kings were determined to escape, he would not be able to catch up. Unless the demonic Tao of the void broke through to the level 3 Yang God realm, he would not be able to catch up to saints and saint kings. An hour later, a black light whizzed down from the heavens and landed in front of Qin Feng. Reporting to the Devil Lord, the 6 demons have escaped. Old demon Xian lowered his head. His eyes shone with a bright light. At this moment, he possessed complete consciousness and even his own stance. But when facing Qin Feng, he couldn't even muster up the will to resist. In his eyes, Qin Feng was like a great mountain that he couldn't surmount, and Qin Feng could annihilate him with a single thought. This was the power of the Devil Lord's law. As the origin of the demonic Tao, even if someone used the demonic Tao to become a demon god, they would still be suppressed by him. Back then, the martial ancestor was killed because of this characteristic of the martial Tao. In the future, the origin of the demonic Tao was the ancestor of all demons, Duan Xiaolu. He was the little beggar that Qin Feng met. Later on, it was rumored that the ancestor of all demons was killed by the demons, and the Devil Lord's law was divided among them. The origin of the demonic Tao, the ancestor of a Tao. This title was not bad. It also had unparalleled potential. However, it was also easy to attract the jealousy of others. If someone killed Qin Feng at this moment and refined the Devil Lord's law, the Devil Lord's position would naturally be transferred. Qin Feng was still experiencing this mysterious change. He felt a never-before-seen opening phenomenon circulating in his body. It was a supreme power. This power was above the Void Law and the Darkwater Law. So be it. Since you've joined the demonic Tao and acknowledged me as the master, I'll naturally teach you the true essence of the demonic Tao. One day, you might even be able to open a demonic Tao lineage. Qin Feng waved his hand as a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. The 6 demon sages had left. The key was that he had conquered Xuanxin City. The position of Peach Blossom Fort's chief was just around the corner. His gaze fell on old demon Xian. From today onwards, you're Xian Mo, the ancestor of the Xian Mo lineage. The demonic Tao is born from the great destruction of heaven and earth. It's destined to prosper. If you can become the ancestor of the lineage, you might be able to become a demon god in the future. Yes, demon lord. From now on, there's no Xian here. There's only the ancestor of the Xian Mo lineage. Old demon Xian's eyes burned with greed. All right, you better find a place to hide. The ancestor of the Xian Mo lineage nodded. A demonic light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xuanxin City. Crack! With the sound of the ground cracking, the entire Xuanxin city shot up into the sky. At this moment, the entire Xuanxin city had been refined by Qin Feng into a demon realm. Since Qin Feng didn't think much of the Xuanxin city, he decided to give the new demon realm to Xian Mo Boom. The demon realm turned into a black light that broke through the endless void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xian Mo followed closely behind and disappeared into the endless void. At this stage, Xian Mo was eager to familiarize himself with the newly converted law of the demonic Tao. Moreover, following Qin Feng gave him a suffocating pressure. He couldn't wait to leave. Qin Feng watched coldly as Xian Mo disappeared. Although Xian Mo had been converted into the law of the demonic Tao, he didn't belong to him. He was only suppressed by his demon lord law. He had complete autonomy. He knew what Xian Mo was thinking. However, Qin Feng was happy to see it this way. If Huan Ma could spread his branches and leaves, then his devil lord law, as the progenitor of the devil path, would naturally rise. Retracting the demon lord law into the depths of his body, Qin Feng's figure flashed as he rushed towards the golden light demon capital. Primogenital law. Good lad. You actually managed to cultivate such a rare thing. Ancestor of the demonic Tao, I wonder if you can keep your primogenital law. This is a delicious cake. Its temptation isn't inferior to a high-grade, innate origin deity position. Once those old antiques find out about it, In the heavenly abode, the demonic woman in the heavenly spring of life saw Qin Feng's encounter. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light. Chapter 708. This is the Golden Light Demon Capital. From 1,000 miles away, Qin Feng saw a golden lair that was rooted on top of a huge spirit vein, absorbing and spitting out spirit qi. Qin Feng's eyes were almost dazzled by the soaring spiritual light. Spirit root. A large patch of spirit roots. In the middle was an ancient tree that supported the sky. This ancient tree was even larger than the 100,000-year-old dancing green tree in Withered Pine City. It was a golden, ancient tree, and its entire body flowed with a golden brilliance. 3 realms Poria wood. It's at least 100,000 years old. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the place with golden light. The 3 realms Poria wood was a rare void, a tribute profound grade spirit root. Although it was a profound grade spirit root, it was actually more precious than some earth-grade spirit roots. The huge 3 realms Poria wood in front of him that covered thousands of miles was at least 100,000 years old. An ordinary dancing green tree that was over 100,000 years old was already comparable to a quasi-god spirit root. The preciousness of this 100,000-year-old 3 realms Poria wood was completely comparable to a god spirit root. After seeing this 3 realms Poria wood, Qin Feng suddenly felt waves of invisible fluctuations from the depths of his grotto heaven. It was hostility and a desire to devour. Qin Feng investigated and found that the source was the chaos ancient tree in the depths of his grotto heaven. The chaos ancient tree was a descendant of a god spirit root. Just like the deity position, there was only one god spirit root in each type, and there was competition among countless spirit roots. Ever since the ancient void attribute god spirit root, the chaos ancient tree, was destroyed, it fell from the position of void attribute god spirit root. Now, the position of god spirit root was also vacant. The chaos ancient tree clearly felt the threat of the 3 realms Poria wood. It was urging Qin Feng to help him devour the origin of the 3 realms Poria wood in front of him. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to let you devour it. Qin Feng comforted the small chaos tree. The happier the small chaos tree grew, the more beneficial it was to him. If it could advance to avoid attribute god spirit root, he would also benefit from it and take fewer detours in the comprehension of the void law. Qin Feng looked at the ancient tree from afar. The 3 realms Poria wood was very powerful. Unlike the swaying green tree, this ancient tree had most likely already gained sentience. After 100,000 years of cultivation, this ancient tree might not be inferior to Qin Feng at his peak. There was another spirit root above the three realms Poria wood. The golden glaze vine was a spirit vine that grew on an ancient tree called the three realms Poria tree. Countless golden spirit lights lingered around the spirit vine. How rare to see two wood ancestors at once. Wood ancestor? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Wood ancestor was an extremely honorable name among the countless spiritual roots. Even a descendant of a divine spiritual root, like the small chaos tree, was not qualified to be called the wood ancestor. Among the spiritual roots, the wood ancestor status was not inferior to that of the ancestral masters who created their own spiritual roots. And it's a pair of male and female wood ancestors. The demoness tone was filled with a special emotion. There was a trace of reminiscence in the demoness eyes. She hadn't seen wood ancestor for a long time since the primordial age. Most of the wood ancestors had either fallen or died in the fight for the position of the origin wood god. There were too few who could survive. After a moment, the demoness said, "Qin Feng, if possible, you have to spare their lives for me." Qin Feng sneered. "Demoness, you overestimate me." Qin Feng. "The wood ancestor's body is something that makes people jealous more than me, the ancestor of the devil Tao. With my current strength, do you think I have the ability to help them? What's more, they have a great Tao battle with the small chaos tree. Do you think I will help them?" The wood ancestor's body was almost a reserve god fiend. With the identity of the wood ancestor, it was easy to prove the wood god Tao or the deity position of the wood god branch. Once these deity positions of the wood god were born, they would not be able to get close to the wood ancestor. With Qin Feng's understanding of Xingqian school, some people in Xingqian school had obviously seen some clues. That was why they launched a war of this level without caring about anything else. As for using the power of Xingqian school to take revenge for a mere peach blossom village chief, Qin Feng would never believe it. As the saying goes, one does not rise early without benefits. The demoness said solemnly, "Don't worry, I have my ways. As long as you agree, it will definitely work." Qin Feng was unwilling. "Why don't you go up yourself? It's not convenient for your sister to do it. Once she does, she will be discovered by some people with ulterior motives. At that time, there will be huge trouble." After saying that, the demoness continued, "Don't worry. These two wood ancestors have already walked their own paths. They won't compete with your small chaos tree for the void god's spiritual roots providence." Qin Feng's expression softened slightly, but he was still somewhat unwilling. The demoness snorted softly. "All right, don't you just want benefits? If you can help save these two wood ancestors, I can ask them a hand over the space origin that they cultivate in their bodies. Once they have the space origin, not only you, but also the little chaos tree will have a great improvement." Qin Feng was instantly tempted. His current cultivation speed was still a little slow. Many ancient heavenly talents had appeared one after another. He needed the space origin. If he could get it, he would be able to reach the sage-to-be level soon. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng said, "Okay, but I'll say it. If there's danger, I'll definitely run away immediately. I won't throw my life away for your two wood ancestors." "Coward." The demoness was disdainful. "Don't worry. Your sister won't let you lose your life." "That's good," Qin Feng said again. "Then what do you need me to do?" "There's no hurry. Don't make a move for now. We need to wait for the right time," the demoness said and went silent. Qin Feng shrugged and glanced at the golden light demon capital that was built on the three realms Poria tree. With a flip of his hand, a jade slip appeared. Crack! With a slight force, the jade slip broke. It was a communication jade slip used to notify Shaoyang village. He has already broken through 3 of the 11 demon cities. I didn't expect him to be the first to arrive at the golden light demon capital. Yeah, our main force is still fighting the experts of the golden light demon capital. He's already here. There's no suspense. When Qin Feng crushed the jade slip, the Shaoyang village's leaders saw where Qin Feng was and sighed. Qin Feng also heard the sighs of the fort masters. A origin light mirror appeared where the jade slip broke. He saw the sages and quasi-sages of Shaoyang village. Lu Wudao, Ren Changhong, and Yin Feng looked at each other and checked the path Qin Feng had taken. The three of them nodded at the same time. Lu Wudao stepped forward and said, "Cave Master Qin Feng, congratulations on being the first to lead an army to complete the mission. From today onwards, you're the leader of Peach Blossom Village. Now, Shaoyang Village will give you another mission. This is your first mission as the leader of Peach Blossom Village." "What mission?" Qin Feng's expression changed. "Head to Wanhua City and help Green Lotus Mountain's leader, Gongsun Jianyang, defeat Wanhua City." Chapter 709. Help Ninth Lady Gongsun. Qin Feng chuckled and pondered for a while. Qin Feng nodded. He knew Ninth Lady Gongsun. She was from Lu Tufeng, one of the 28 peaks. After all, they were from the same sect. Qin Feng couldn't refuse. Moreover, he had become Niu Jinfeng's only true disciple. He needed some help from Lu Tufeng. If that's the case, Cave Master Qin Feng, Lu Wudao paused for a while and smiled. "It should be Fort Master Qin Feng. You'll make a trip to Thousand Flower City and help Mountain Master Gongsun finish this battle." "If that's the case, I'll make a trip." Qin Feng nodded. Without hesitation, he turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Thousand Flower City. Seeing this, Lu Wudao said to his two fellow disciples with a smile, "This new Fort Master is swift and decisive. If it weren't for that incident in the past, I would recommend him to Master. Such a person is hard to come by." Ren Changhong sighed. He was able to reach the unparalleled almighty realm at such a young age. Most importantly, Qin Feng's growth speed was fast. If he entered Demon Subduing Palace, it wouldn't take long for him to become Master's right-hand man. Moreover, if they could have such a powerful helper in Demon Subduing Palace, it would be greatly beneficial for the three of them. Demon Subduing Heavenly King didn't only have 3 disciples. The competition in Demon Subduing Palace in the east was also very intense. The Fort Masters looked at each other and shook their heads. The battle for the Peach Blossom Fort Master position was really unexpected. Qin Feng, an inconspicuous Fort Master, suppressed all the Mountain Masters. However, the strength that Qin Feng displayed was recognized by all the Fort Masters. Boom! Suddenly, the Fort Master's expressions changed. In the origin light mirror, Qin Feng, who was rushing toward Thousand Flower City, encountered a powerful enemy. This was a short, black-clothed old man. One of his eyes was blood red, and he suddenly blocked Qin Feng's path from the void. "He seems to be a Dragon Clan sage?" Ren Changhong said. He frowned. He was no stranger to the Dragon Clan. Yin Feng fell into deep thought. "It seems to be A.O. Lin, the 3rd elder of the Dragon Palace of Huai River." As soon as he said that, the expressions of the experts in the stronghold changed slightly. The Huai River Dragon Palace was located in the Langya Spirit Domain of the 10 Directions Spirit Domain. The Langya Spirit Domain had many water states. The Huai River was a huge water system that spanned 3,000 miles. Even some lakes were not as wide as the Huai River. The Huai River Dragon Palace in the depths of the Huai River was far stronger than the 3 major races of the Cloud Lake water system. If they were to be ranked, they would at least be on par with ordinary second-rate sections. "You know this old man?" Lu Wudao looked at Yin Feng. "That's right. This old man is called A.O. Lin, and his true form is a black dragon. He is not an ordinary dragon sage, and he has a treasure called the Purifying Bowl. The water in the Purifying Bowl is not ordinary water, but the Xianming primordial water of the Haute Eon primordial water." When one of the Fort Masters heard this, he was somewhat speechless. The Xianming primordial water is a supreme water-type treasure that is second only to the 9 great connate primordial waters. This primordial water is the most vicious. It corrodes life and everything. The Xianming primordial water is known as the most poisonous water in the world. Even a sage would be poisoned to death. Don't underestimate the Purifying Bowl. In fact, that small bowl is equivalent to a lake of Xianming primordial water. I even suspect that this old man used the Xianming primordial water to refine the 9 nether black water of the 9 great primordial waters. The 9 nether black water of the 9 great connate primordial waters? Many of the fort masters were horrified. The 9 nether black water was the connate primordial water. It was a supreme divine item that was formed by the connate water primordial chi. The most powerful thing about the connate primordial water was that it contained a trace of connate fate. Since ancient times, there have been rumors that whoever obtained the connate primordial chi would receive the support of the primordial chi. Of course, its power was also taboo. Yanfeng's eyes were heavy. I don't know why Qin Feng has a grudge against the Huai River Dragon Palace. Dragon Clan, who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Qin Feng frowned as he looked at the short Dragon Clan elder who suddenly tore through the void and rushed out. Ao Lin's blood-red eyes flickered. He sized up Qin Feng and nodded. Connate Dragon Pill, Dragon Soul, Murderous Chi. It's you. You are the one who killed the Connate Primordial Dragon. Little B asterisk starred. Surrender and follow me to the Dragon Palace to accept your punishment. His tone was arrogant. He looked at Qin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. Dragon Soul, Murderous Chi. This was the murderous chi that came with the curse of the Dragon Soul after killing the Dragon Clan. Experts who had killed the Dragon Clan would leave behind this murderous chi that was difficult to get rid of. Qin Feng understood what this elder meant. The connate primordial dragon that he had killed previously had a backer. Now, he was here to seek revenge. Fine, I've killed one, so what if I kill another? Qin Feng shook his head. His silhouette flashed as he instantly vanished. Oh no! When Qin Feng's killing intent rose, the elder was on guard. However, he still underestimated Qin Feng. He disappeared from his primordial spirit's spiritual force in an instant. Even his primordial spirit could not capture his silent disappearance. Instinctively, a surging mysterious underworld law appeared on his body. Vast black water covered the sky and swept in all directions. The mysterious underworld black water could poison a sage to death. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. At this moment, even if Qin Feng wanted to sneak up on him, he would not dare to get close. The killing intent in his eyes was bone-chilling. He looked for Qin Feng to attack. He was prepared to kill Qin Feng once he appeared. To Ao Lin, killing a mere unparalleled almighty was like stepping on an ant. But soon his expression changed. A terrifying black snake suddenly charged out of the black water. Its huge tail was like a whip. Boom! It was as if the sky was being flipped over by the snake's tail. The void could not withstand the pressure. What kind of snake is that? It's not afraid of the mysterious underworld black water. That's the black water mystical snake. The black water mystical snake is an ancient real spirit born for the 9 underworlds black water, and it seems to be a connate mystical snake. Look at the black light flashing in its scales. It already has a trace of the 9 underworlds black water's rhythm. It's the black water mystical snake? I remember now. I heard from the chief that Qin Feng has cultivated the connate mystical snake real body. In a Shaoyang village, the chief sighed for Ao Lin. He was too unlucky. Qin Feng, who had the connate mystical snake body, was not only fine in the mysterious underworld primordial water, but he was also like a fish in water. Black water mystical snake. Ao Lin was shocked and furious. The mysterious underworld law formed in front of him. Crack, crack. The sage's mysterious underworld law was shattered in an instant. The flat snake tail hit Ao Lin's body like a bolt of lightning. Roar! An earth-shattering scream rang out. Roar! I'm a sage, and you're just an almighty. How could you shatter my sage's law? Dragon scales flew everywhere. Ao Lin was forced back to his original form. A huge evil dragon was almost split into 2. Nothing is impossible. You're just a gift boy. I won't look for trouble with you. But if you dare to look for trouble with me, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. Your water bowl is perfect for me. With a flash of black light, the mysterious underworld black snake turned into a human. A black light appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. The first skill of the celestial demon tablet, collapse. With a wave of his hand, an ancient divine mountain was summoned over. Qin Feng rushed up and slammed his palm onto the body of the evil dragon as a mournful draconic roar rang out. Crack! The entire dragon's body was shattered into pieces. A dragon's soul rushed out of the dragon's body in a panic. Ao Lin's old face was filled with panic. Chapter 710. The mythical demon heavenly tablet technique came from the Kunlun sacred grounds inheritance crystal ball. There were a total of 4 techniques. The first technique, collapse. The second technique, demon suppression. The third technique, chaotic chaos. The fourth technique, god slaying. This was a mythical demon-level martial technique created by the primordial mountain ancestral temple. Although Qin Feng was just a beginner, he quickly grasped the 5 mountain mystic mountains' secret technique. The first technique, collapse, was very fast. However, in terms of power, Qin Feng estimated that he had not even unleashed 1% of the first technique's power. Otherwise, even if he could only unleash 1/10 of its power, Ao Lin would be shattered into pieces along with the void. He shook his head slightly, and with a change of thought, a huge void law solidified the void. The dragon's soul emitted a layer of black light. The black alms bowl in his hand emitted a black brilliance. Even the void law could not solidify it. An extremely thin water light shot out. The black light flowed and corroded the void law. A long black river seemed to flow out from the depths of the void and rushed towards Qin Feng. One of the 9 great primordial waters, the 9 nether black water. With just a glance, even the fort masters of Shaoyang village felt like their souls were poisoned. They felt dizzy and terrifying. For a moment, their eyes were filled with horror. The Khanate primordial water was actually this powerful. Following the infinite space, even they were affected by it. Qin Feng's expression changed. He had experienced the power of the Khanate primordial water. It was definitely not something that could be blocked by ordinary laws. You brat, you forced me to do this. Ao Lin's dragon's soul advanced instead of retreating. The power of the Khanate primordial water was too strong. It was something that he could not control at the moment. If he forced it, his true soul would be contaminated by the 9 nether black water and would be completely destroyed. Ao Lin's expression was resolute. Since he was going to die anyway, it would be good for the Huai River Dragon Palace if he could drag Qin Feng, a young expert with a bright future, down with him. Boom! The monstrous black water rushed down from the void like a black sea. Wherever it passed, the surrounding void was annihilated, and the vital energy was annihilated. The mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles, whether it was the plants, the ferocious beasts, the mountain rocks, or the sea of clouds, were all contaminated by the poisonous gas and turned into nothingness. Qin Feng had nowhere to hide. Die with this old man. Ao Lin's eyes were filled with endless viciousness. His eyes were filled with twisted madness and delight. His dragon soul was rapidly dying in the black water. Dream on. It's only a strand of incomplete 9th hell black water. Do you really think it's capable of dealing with me? Standing where he was, Qin Feng's mouth was as sharp as a blade. When he was refining the son of Dark Water's true spirit lord, he had refined a part of the 9 nether black water. It was because he had refined this part of the 9 underworld's black water and the black water blood essence that he was able to go against the Xiantian realm. His legs instantly transformed into a snake tail. Boundless Yao Qi rushed out from the Yao core in his body, and an extremely dense law of dark water appeared. With a flicker of his eyes, Qin Feng suddenly transformed into a huge black snake that was nearly 300 to 400 feet long. With a roar like an ancient heavenly dragon, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the black river that was transformed from the 9 underworld's black water into his mouth like a whale sucking in water. Under the dumbfounded gazes of many Shaoyang village masters, he swallowed the black river that was transformed from the 9 underworld's black water into his mouth. You! The dragon soul's expression froze, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. He only had time to spit out half a word before he was swallowed by Qin Feng in the next moment. This fort Master Qin is... Did this old man see wrongly? He actually swallowed the black river formed by the 9 underworld's black water in one gulp? Isn't he afraid of his intestines being torn apart? He's crazy. Many fort masters' faces turned pale. The 9 underworld's black water was the most poisonous and mean thing in the world. Even if it was just a strand of incomplete 9th hell black water, even a Sage King level law wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be completely corroded. Qin Feng actually swallowed it. Mercury's Ren Changhong had a deep understanding of the water law. He stared at the essence light mirror and saw some clues. Everyone has underestimated this new Fort Master Qin. His connate black snake body seems to have innately mastered a portion of the 9 underworld's black water. Ao Lin has really met his nemesis this time. Not only did the 9 underworld's black water not corrode Fort Master Qin's connate black snake body, it even became his tonic. Ren Changhong's eyes were filled with envy, but there was also a trace of vigilance and fear. With the connate black snake body and the birth of the deity position, the possibility of getting the deity position's favor was much higher than his. Ren Changhong's guess was right. This strand of 9 underworld's black water had indeed become his connate black snake body's tonic. His 300 to 400 feet long snake body rapidly transformed to nearly 450 feet long. The Blackwater Law was even more complete, almost completely advancing to the Yang God Law. Most importantly, Qin Feng felt that the Blackwater Law was nourished by the Connate Qi and was just a little bit away from evolving into the 9 Underworlds Law. The Blackwater Law was a low-level water law. After evolving, there were actually several directions. One of them was to advance to the Xianming Law like Black Dragon, just now. The other was the 9 Underworlds Law. The Xianming Law leaned towards poison. The 9 Underworlds Law leaned towards water. If one followed the Xianming Law, they could evolve into the Connate Law of decay and destruction. Then, they could evolve into the strongest destruction law and termination law. If one followed the 9 Underworlds Law, they could evolve into the Connate Water Origin Law. Qin Feng was more inclined towards the 9 Underworlds Law. The black snake transformed into its human form. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of pure black light that seemed to be able to corrode the endless void. He glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, the surrounding hundreds of miles had turned into a land of death. The poison contained in the 9 Underworld's black water had turned the area into a desolate region. Qin Feng shook his head and formed a seal. Countless poisonous gases were swallowed into his stomach like a whale sucking in water. With a wave of his sleeve, a portion of the water of life turned into rain and sprinkled down, creating a good fortune for this land. When one's cultivation reaches level, the closer one was to the Tao, the more one would understand the Tao of the operation of the heaven's heart. Killing living beings was not a big deal. To the heaven and earth, living beings were endless. Killing living beings would only cause endless resentment. If one destroyed the earth veins and created a desolate region, it would be a crime against the heavens. As the saying goes, retribution is always in the cycle of the heavenly Tao. It was not that retribution was not coming yet. The more evil energy there was, the greater the calamity. Of the 9 chaos tribulations, the first 4 were the elemental tribulations. However, there was still the demonic tribulations. Qin Feng was not afraid, but he would not find trouble for himself. He casually put away the water bowl. This was an excellent water-type true artifact. Although there was only one water-type undying divine restriction, in terms of grade, the 12 Chongming leaf flame pearls could not compare. Buzz, buzz. The black water in the water bowl surged. This small bowl was a lake of Xianming black water. This is a good treasure. Qin Feng casually put it away. With a flash, he rushed towards the 10,000 flower city. What did you say? My 5 senior and junior brother soul lamps were all extinguished? In the 100 barbarian stronghold, Chi Mo, who was anxiously waiting for news, was frighteningly pale. I worked overtime today and am late. There will be more later. Chapter 711. He waved his hand, asking the disciple to leave. Chiemo sat down dejectedly, somewhat absent-minded. How did Senior Brother Wu Tian, Senior Brother Dark Shadow, and Senior Brother Flame die in the hands of this brat Feng? 3 saints. Wu Tian was a person who had experienced a huge calamity in the ancient legends. Back then, he was captured by the Central Wilderness Great Emperor and didn't die, but he died in the hands of Feng, and he died because of him. How was he going to explain this to the barbarian ancestors' primordial spirits? A trace of viciousness flashed past, and Chi Mo's expression changed. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the 100 barbarian stronghold. Feng, even if I have to risk being severely punished by the barbarian ancestors, I will not let you off easily. The resentful voice of gnashing teeth echoed in the grotto heaven. In an instant, he disappeared from the grotto heaven, broke through the void, and flew towards the depths of the endless void. When Feng arrived at the 10,000-flower city, the battle was still ongoing. There were figures of star soldiers and demon soldiers fighting everywhere. Rumble. As if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting, the sound of thunder rumbled. Boundless, baleful aura and resentment intertwined for thousands of miles. The huge, ancient city was bleeding profusely. Corpses fell from the sky like dumplings. Rumble. The huge collision of vital chi formed more than 10 terrifying tornadoes that wreaked havoc. Countless streams of blood were swept up, as if the sky was dyed in blood. Countless experts of Xingqian school and demon race were fighting with their lives on the line. They were either fighting one-on-one or forming a formation to fight. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were flattened. Pools of blood were shocking to the eye. Feng was dressed in a black robe. He stepped on the void, and the grotto heaven energy around him surged. The silvery white star true power was like a star on the battlefield. It complemented the many disciples of Xingqian school and vaguely formed a battle formation that connected with the stars. This was the celestial star demon subduing formation. Feng felt that there were tens of thousands of ripples on the battlefield that faintly resonated with his true power. If he released his true power, he could achieve the true power of many disciples. Thief! At this moment, a demon race expert who had gone berserk suddenly encountered Feng. He rushed over in a strand of flame laws, like a divine flame that could incinerate the heavens, descended with a loud bang. Blind fellow! Feng's eyes flickered and an extremely powerful void law bombarded the demon race's almighty figure's body. Bang! With a hint of shock, the demon race almighty figure's body was instantly shattered by the void laws. Boom! In the sky, several sounds like muffled thunder rang out. Feng looked up and instantly saw more than 10 saints fighting fiercely in the depths of the endless void. At this moment, a figure flew over. The power of the law of gentle wind surged. A heroic young man looked at Feng. Similarly, there was a ring of silvery white starlight around him, faintly reflecting the stars in the sky. He was a student of Xingqian school. Moreover, it was a supreme almighty. I'm Sun Chuanlin, a direct disciple of Lu Tufeng. May I know who this senior brother is? The young man in white cupped his hands. The young man in white was handsome and tall. He cultivated the law of wind, and there was an ethereal and elegant aura around him. His sleeves fluttered, and there was a murderous aura between his eyebrows that had not dissipated, probably because he had just killed many demons. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Feng did not hide the origin star aura on his body. Obviously, he was a student of Xingqian school. At such a young age, he must be a direct disciple. However, he knew most of the direct disciples of Xingqian school, and the one in front of him was obviously a stranger. Feng took in Sun Chuanlin's gaze and said indifferently, "I'm Qin Feng. I'm here to help senior sister Gongsun under the orders of Shaoyang Village." Junior brother Sun, where is senior sister Gongsun? What's the current situation of the battlefield? Senior brother Qin? Sun Chuanlin was enlightened. Qin Feng, Wang Daoyi, and the other direct disciples of Xingqian School were well known in Xingqian School. A direct disciple in the Sea of Rebirth realm was a rare sight in Xingqian School. Although Qin Feng was not as famous as Wang Daoyi, Xinxiu, and the others, he was still famous in Xingqian School. Therefore, when Qin Feng came to protect his family, Sun Chuanlin let down his guard. This senior brother Qin Feng's cultivation is much stronger than the rumors say. Sun Chuanlin sighed in his heart. However, I heard that he also participated in the battle for the position of Peach Blossom Village head. Why did he come to Wanhua City? Did he give up? Sun Chuanlin felt strange, but he became much more enthusiastic. Senior brother Qin, you came at the right time. Senior sister Gongsun is now fighting with the Peony Saint. We need experts to defend against the counterattack of Wanhua City's experts. Counterattack? Qin Feng's expression changed. It seemed like Mount Qinglian was in a terrible situation. Qin Feng looked at the sky. In the depths of the endless void, it was as if he could see through the endless space and landed on the dozens of sages who were violently clashing with each other. The dozens of sages opened up several battlefields and fought to their heart's content in the depths of the void. The terrifying fluctuations of the laws stirred the void for tens of thousands of miles. Feeling the mixed auras on one side, Qin Feng could not help but frown. What is the background of the city lord of Wanhua City? It seems that demons and other sages are not the only ones who have joined Wanhua City. Sun Chuanlin smiled bitterly. Senior brother, you have sharp eyes. The city lord of Wanhua City, the Peony Saint, has a strange background. She is the direct disciple of the demon empress of 100 Flowers and has a wide circle of friends. Other than the sages sent by the demon ancestral court, there are many sages from other major sects who have joined the battle. Sun Chuanlin's face flashed with anger. If that is not the case, how can this demoness of 100 Flowers City stop the army of Mount Qinglian? After saying that, Sun Chuanlin's eyes flashed with worry. Qin Feng nodded and looked at the sky. Why does it seem that there are only 5 sages on our side, but there are more than 11 on the other side? Sun Chuanlin smiled bitterly. Senior brother Qin Feng, there are more than 8 sages on our side, including senior sister Gongsun. However, true Lord Jindi, Shuiyun Saint, and Hongguang Saint died one after another. True Lord Jindi and Shuiyun Saint were famous sages of Willow Earth Peak. Sage Hongguang was an elder of Shihua Peak. All Stars College had a list of sages. Every sage was a legend and had left behind countless legends. In the list of sages, these 3 were also famous. This was especially true for the women, the Water Cloud Saint, who was a female emperor. She had left behind many fairy tales in the Myriad Star domain, as well as stories about the commoners. 3 legendary cultivators from 3 sects had actually died here. Seeing Qin Feng's contemplative expression, Sun Chuanlin thought that Qin Feng was frightened and quickly pulled himself together. However, the 10,000 Flower City did not have the upper hand. So far, more than 4 sages have died. The deputy city lords of 10,000 Flower City, Sage Qin Yong and Sage Huang Jun, were killed by Shuiyun Saint and Sage Xian Yun respectively. Also, True Lord Jiuling of the Heaven and Earth sect and True Lord Shan He of the Purple Cloud Valley were killed by True Lord Hongwan. Sun Chuanlin said proudly. After saying that, Sun Chuanlin smiled. Senior brother Qin Feng, we don't have to care about these sages for the time being. What we have to deal with are the Stage 1 and Stage 2 Supreme Sages of the Demon Clan. Over time, I'm too tired and I'm not in good condition. I'll make up for what I missed today. Chapter 712. In the depths of the endless void, the eternal darkness was like an eternal mirror of darkness. Whoosh! Gongsun Junyang's chest rose and fell like a bellows. Her green dress was stained with blood. The 4 sages around her smiled bitterly as they looked at the 11 sages from the demon race, and other sections. It was 5 against 11. The 5 of them were in a desperate situation. Around them, 11 extremely powerful, saintly Tao laws sealed the void for thousands of miles. Gongsun Jinyang pursed her lips as a trace of unwillingness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Senior brothers, senior sisters, I've implicated you. Everyone, I'll hold them off for a while. You can leave first. Zhang Han flicked the long sword in his hand. Little junior sister, we've known each other for a very long time. We've grown up together since we were young. I can't let you stay here alone. Ding dong. The sound of a zither, clear and melodious like the sound of flowing spring water, rang out. Immortal Sound said, "You're just going to die." Perfected Lord Tai Mu laughed with a generous look on his face. Junior sister Gongsun, let us stay here with you. The sages of Xingqian School aren't easy to deal with. A cold light shot out from his eyes. Even if we die here, we'll take one of them down with us. Perfected Monarch Hong Wan remained silent. She was dressed in red and looked like a giant red star. Countless rays of red light were sharp and carried a trace of mysterious aura. You're about to die, and you still want to resist? 100 miles away, Peony Demon Saint's beautiful face showed a trace of a cold smile. The 10 sages stood side by side, each of them surging with murderous aura. Powerful saintly Tao laws sealed perfected Lord Hong Wan and the others, leaving them with no way out. The powerful force suppressed the 5 sages led by Gongsun Jinyang and perfected Lord Hong Wan to retreat. 11 sages, perfected Lord Yin Yang of the Qinquan sect, perfected Lord Purple Thunder of the Heavenly Thunder sect, perfected Lord Long River of the Purple Cloud Valley, Water Deity Goddess, White Apricot Goddess, Dew Wan Goddess, Sky-Devouring Patriarch of the Little Frost Mountain, Wind Empress, Demon Soul Patriarch, and Sunset Patriarch. There were 11 sages, including Peony Demon Saint. Gongsun Junyang and the others took a deep breath. They were ready to fight to the death. The strongest of the 11 sages were perfected Lord Yin Yang, Purple Thunder, and Sky-Devouring Patriarch. True Monarch Yin Yang, True Monarch, came from the Cosmos School. Earlier, True Monarch White Crane of Willow Earth Peak was heavily injured by him and lost its ability to fight. Perfected Lord Purple Thunder of the Heavenly Thunder sects 5 sages with a single blow. Sage Han Guang Sage, Han Guang of the Heavenly Thunder Patriarch. Sky-Devouring the Heavenly Thunder of the Heavenly Serpent of the Heavenly Serpent Sky, Heavenly. True was true with it. Devouring of it. Heavens the Water Cloud, Saint of the 5 Saints of Willow Earth Peak, was swallowed by the boss serpent in a moment of carelessness. The remaining sages were no pushovers either. Among the 3 goddesses, Water Fairy Goddess, White Apricot Goddess, and Cuckoo Goddess were all experts of the flower god race. Their original bodies were formed from 10,000 flower fairies. The 3 goddesses all cultivated the law of life. With 3 saint-level laws of life intertwined, the experts on their side could easily recover from serious injuries. Fen Hao, Demon Soul, and Sunset Patriarch weren't ordinary people either. They were all old ghosts who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years in the wilderness. Fen Hao was a mutated spirit insect that controlled the law of wind. She was also highly toxic and was very troublesome to deal with. Demon Soul was an old demon snake from the Snake God Temple, one of the 12 temples of the ancestral court of demons. Sunset Patriarch had a mysterious background. He controlled the law of Sunday. Although he had just become a saint, the law of sun was very powerful and not weak. Sunset Patriarch had the appearance of a young man. He wore a golden robe, and his body emitted a golden sun. His malicious gaze fell on the 5 sages. Peony, don't waste time with them. Today, we'll send them all to hell. However, we can keep the 3 saintesses and seal their cultivations. They can help me give birth to the most outstanding descendants. Demon Soul Patriarch sized up the 5 sages. Only want their primordial spirits. My demon soul banner just happens to lack a few main souls. The Wind Empress smiled charmingly. Isn't it easy to get the main souls? Just break into a few more cities and plunder them. It'll be easy. Demon Soul looked at the 5 sages coldly and sneered. Ordinary souls are not as useful as the souls of sages. Gongsun Junyang and the others were furious. Were these people treating them like fish on a chopping board? The 5 sages looked at each other with determination in their eyes. Looks like they're really in a bad situation. On the ground, Qin Feng chuckled. Under Sun Chuanlin's shocked gaze, he took a step forward and rushed into the sky. In a few steps, he arrived in front of the sages. The 16 sages sensed something and looked over. They saw a second-order supreme mighty from Xingqian school breaking through. Where did this kid come from? This is the battlefield of the sages. What nonsense! Iron Scene True Lord frowned. He recognized Qin Feng's unique art of mixed stars aura. The other 4 sages frowned as well. True Lord Hongwan recognized Qin Feng. She frowned and secretly thought that Qin Feng was messing around. She was already prepared to save Qin Feng. Is that senior sister Gongsun? Qin Feng smiled and glanced at the battlefield. He did not seem to notice the 5 sages' predicament. Qin Feng was also a contender for the position of Peach Blossom Fort Chief. Gongsun Junyang did not have much of an impression of Qin Feng. You are? Oh, I'm Qin Feng. Qin Feng sized up the peerlessly beautiful girl in green. He was slightly stunned by this senior sister's appearance for an instant. Qin Feng then said, Senior Sister Gongsun, I'm here under orders to help you, to clear the obstacles for you. You? Clear the obstacles? The 16 sages felt a little strange. Seeing Qin Feng's serious expression, Xiao Chun could not help but reveal a mocking and teasing gaze. Gongsun Junyang was both angry and amused. How could a mere rank 2 Supreme Almighty have the ability to clear the obstacles for her? Did he not see that the 5 sages were in a desperate situation? However, Qin Feng's name did sound a little familiar to her. However, she did not think too much about it. Her beautiful eyes swept across the 11 sages who were glaring at her covetously as she said with a heavy expression, Junior brother, I appreciate your kindness. You can leave first. Your battlefield is on the ground. We don't need you here for now. True Lord Iron Scene, True Lord Divine Sound, and Zhang Han shook their heads. This kid was too muddle-headed. How could a stage 1 Supreme Mighty be involved in the Battle of the Sages? The few of them made up their minds to not let the 11 saints harm Qin Feng. The 11 sages sneered and looked at Qin Feng mockingly, as if he was an ant. A small pawn dares to come here? What a joke! What a pity! A trace of coldness flashed across the sunset Patriarch's chiseled and handsome face. He stretched out a hand, and a huge hand that blotted out the sky slammed heavily toward Qin Feng. Chapter 7:13. How dare you attack him? Luo Ri, you're courting death. Perfected Monarch Hong Wan was furious. Qin Feng was Niu Jinfeng's only hope. She couldn't just sit by and watch. Hong Wan, this isn't the place for you to be violent. Perfected Monarch Yin Yang attacked. His pure Yin Law and Yang Law rushed toward Perfected Monarch Hong Wan like a giant pair of black and white scissors. Damn it! Law of Marriage, Red Wand. Red light filled the sky. Countless red wands tried to avoid Perfected Monarch Yin Yang's 2 laws. Hong Wan, it's futile. Perfected Monarch Yin Yang wore a golden crown and his silver hair floated down majestically. He stopped Perfected Monarch Hong Wan with an indifferent expression. Gongsun Jinyang, Iron Screen Perfected Monarch, Fairy Sound Perfected Monarch, and Zhang Han attacked at the same time. But Peony Demon Saint, Purple Thunder Perfected Monarch, Sky Devouring Patriarch, and Demon Soul Patriarch held him back. Damn it! Gongsun Junyang's Taisu Green Lotus sword slashed continuously, and countless Taisu sword beams shattered the void. The Peony Demon Saint held a delicate and beautiful pale golden peony, and countless petals drifted down, spanning 1,000 miles, like a galaxy holding back the sword beams. Qin Feng was completely exposed under Patriarch Luo Ri's palm. Crack! The void couldn't withstand the blazing law of sun and melted instantly. Under the angry, indifferent, and mocking gazes of the saints, Qin Feng was hit by Patriarch Luo Ri's huge palm. Get lost! Perfected monarch Hong Wan was furious. A bright red flame burst out of her extremely hot body. Divine fire of marriage. Connate divine fire. Hong Wan, you're crazy. Perfected monarch Yin Yang's face turned red. Countless bright, red divine fire burst out of his body. The law of Yin and Yang intertwined in his body and tried to suppress the divine fire. But the law of Yin and Yang evaporated like water vapor in the divine fire. His primordial spirit was burned. He seemed to see himself being married to countless men and women. His primordial spirit rippled, and he screamed, Hong Wan, you crazy woman! Could it be that you don't know that you're utterly unable to fully grasp the divine flame of marriage? Doing this will cause you to fall into the mortal world forever and be unable to rise up again. I don't need an old man like you to worry about that. True monarch Hong Wan sneered. Boundless red light illuminated the endless void, burning everything like a sea of fire. To hell with the divine flame of marriage. This old man won't play with you anymore. The two forms perfected cultivator's face was pale and tender. He covered his head and scurried away like a rat. His figure disappeared into the endless void with an immeasurable amount of red light. The saints at the side were shocked. Seeing perfected monarch Hong Wan's ferocious gaze, they hurriedly retreated dozens of miles. Looking at true monarch Hong Wan's blazing red divine fire, the saints looked as if they had swallowed a fly. They didn't even dare to take another look. The divine fire of marriage, also known as the innate red Wan true fire, was one of the 9 great innate true fires. Being burned by this kind of flame, one's primordial spirit would forever fall into the mortal world, wishing for death and immortality. It was the strangest innate divine fire in the universe. Martial arts experts had to have a clear mind and a pure soul. Only by maintaining a pure state of mind could one comprehend the laws. If one had any distracting thoughts, not only would it take twice the effort for half the result, but it would also be easy for one to suffer chi deviation. The most powerful thing about the innate red Wan true fire was that it could pollute and even refine one's primordial spirit. If one was tainted with a trace of the divine fire of marriage, one's soul would be grafted with countless marriages. For example, the two forms perfected cultivator had been grafted with thousands of marriages in an instant, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman. It was no wonder that the two forms perfected cultivator was terrified. Seeing perfected monarch Hong Wan's ferocious eyes staring at him, Sunset Patriarch felt his mouth go dry. He shuddered at the thought of being targeted by countless men. Sunset Patriarch put on a strong front. Perfected monarch Hong Wan, don't go too far. Although the innate red Wan true fire is your natal flame, the number of times you can use it is limited. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Perfected monarch Hong Wan's eyes flickered with bright red flames. She was about to explode in anger when her expression changed. Senior Sister Hong Wan, there's no need for you to do that. This bastard can't touch me. Qin Feng. Watch me pluck all his feathers. Qin Feng's figure appeared behind Sunset Patriarch, who had been on guard all this while. Sunset, be careful. That little bug isn't dead. Heaven-devouring Patriarch warned loudly. He also cultivated the void laws and was the first to sense the change in the void. What? Sunset Patriarch's expression changed. He was also extremely ferocious. Not only did he not dodge, but he also drew out a huge blade that burned with endless flames. He circulated the solar laws and slashed behind him with all his might. The blazing solar laws burned the 3 realms and directly broke through the void to meet a descending figure. Do you feel it? Unfortunately, it's too late. I remember that you thought I was laughable and pitiful just now. Now, I'll let you truly feel who the pitiful one is. Qin Feng formed a hand seal. First fiend god art rupture. A hand seal blasted out toward the blade light. Boom! Under the hand seal, the sky, the void, and even time and space stopped flowing for a moment. In the next moment, a power that could pierce through heaven and earth suddenly erupted. Boom! In an instant, the blade light that could burn the three realms shattered and heavily struck Sunset Patriarch. Crack! Sunset Patriarch's divine body turned into a blood waterfall and exploded. An extremely beautiful primordial spirit that looked like the sun rushed out of his divine body in a panic. Screech! It sounded like the cry of a golden crow. Qin Feng sneered and formed the mountain-embracing seal. An ancient, divine mountain rose from the sky and slammed into Sunset Patriarch's body. Boom! Sunset Patriarch's primordial spirit didn't even have time to scream before it was completely shattered. A huge force slammed into the void. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. The entire void was smashed through and primordial chaos energy leaked out. All the sages widened their eyes at this scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. How can there be such power? Heaven-devouring Patriarch, who was the closest and was about to charge forward, trembled. He killed Sunset Patriarch with a single strike. Gongsun Junyang and the others felt like they were in a dream. Everything in front of them was too preposterous. A stage 2 supreme almighty killed a sage with a single strike. This was simply unheard of. Although Sunset Patriarch's strength was slightly weaker among the 11 sages, he was a descendant of the ancient golden crow, the scorching sunbird. He had a sage-level awe of the sun. He could even put up a fight against a veteran sage. Good kid, I knew he could do it. Look, he killed that arrogant Sunset Patriarch with a single strike. Lu Wudao laughed loudly in Shaoyang village. This kid is a sage killer. Rin Changhong and Yin Feng smiled bitterly. A sage was killed just like that. Even though the two of them had already seen Qin Feng's methods, they still felt waves of fear. The power of a grotto heaven. He has cultivated a medium-sized grotto heaven. Let's kill him first. He's the biggest threat. We'll deal with Gongsun Junyang after we kill him. The remaining 10 saints looked at each other, and fear flashed in their eyes. In a moment, 5 saints rushed toward Gongsun Junyang and the others, while the remaining 5 saints joined forces to launch a sneak attack on Qin Feng. Chapter 714. Be careful, junior brother Qin. Perfected Lord Hongluan immediately sensed the killing intent from the peony demon saint and the others. It's too late. Die, you little bastard. Sky-devouring Patriarch, Demon Soul Patriarch, Wind Empress, Perfected Lord Long River, and Perfected Lord Purple Thunder pounced at Qinyan. Purple Thunder Senior Monarch, who was the strongest, directly waved the purple banner in his hand. Thousands of li of lightning locked onto Qin Feng's body. Devouring Dharma, bury everything. Void Dharma, shatter the void. Wind Dharma, heaven and earth whirlwind. Thunder Dharma, heavenly thunder Tao. Ice Dharma, I seal 10,000 miles. 5 Dharma shattered the void and descended. Gongsun Junyang and Perfected Lord Hongluan watched this horrifying scene with their eyes wide open. 5 saints working together were very powerful. Even a Saint King would have to retreat from this attack. Many fort masters in Shaoyang village couldn't help but stand up nervously. You want to kill me with this? Today I'll kill you all. Qin Feng roared into the sky, and silver light shot out from the divine weapons. He turned his hand, and the chaos sword appeared in his hand. He flew up like a bolt of lightning and slashed at the 5 demonic saints with the chaos sword. Boom! It was like the beginning of the universe. While true Lord Heavenly Thunder, true Lord Long River, true Lord Heavenly Devouring Ancestor, and the others were shocked, the Devouring Edict, Void Edict, Wind Edict, Heavenly Thunder Edict, and Ice Edict were shattered. Not good. The faces of the 5 demon saints changed drastically. Like rats that had exploded, they fled in all directions. It's too late. Qin Feng smiled hideously and slashed out with the Chaos Sword. The sword light pierced through the void and slashed at the 5 demonic saints. The 5 sages simultaneously revealed a look of fear on their faces as they each took out their trump cards. An ancient war banner appeared in the Void Serpent's hand and tore through the void. Demon Soul Patriarch turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. True Lord Heavenly Thunder poured all his power into the Heavenly Thunder banner, and the purple banner emitted a light that had never been seen before. Feng Ho stimulated his natal demonic core, and a gust of wind blew towards the void. The terrifying gust of wind seemed to merge with the void, and in the blink of an eye, it covered a distance of 1,000 miles. The monstrous sword light that seemed to split the heavens and earth struck True Lord Long River first. Crack! It only lasted for a moment before the layer of ice dharma around True Lord Long River shattered. In the face of Qin Feng's earth-shattering sword, he could not resist at all. The sound of bones cracking could be heard as Qin Feng's Sword of Chaos sliced it into 2 halves. The second to die was heaven-devouring Patriarch. He hid in his own void demon realm. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng's sword light cut through the void and locked onto his void demon realm, killing him and his void demon realm. Demon Soul Patriarch was even more cunning. He turned into a void and fell into the depths of the endless void. However, Qin Feng locked on a void node, and the sharp sword light slashed his divine body. In his horror, even his primordial spirit was killed. Feng Ho was a golden queen bee who had cultivated into a demonic saint. Her dharma of wind was superb and had almost sublimated into the dharma of space. Her figure melted into the endless void, and in the blink of an eye, she covered hundreds of miles. However, her flying speed was not as fast as the sword light. The sword light caught up with her and slashed her into the endless void turbulent storm. She was dead for sure. Seeing the 4 saints in front of him killed in one strike, cold sweat poured down Purple Thunder Senior's forehead. He frantically activated the Heavenly Thunder Banner in his hand. At the Hotian level, the Heavenly Thunder Banner had 30 Purple Thunder Heavenly Dipper restrictions. It shone like a purple sun, and in the next moment, it exploded. Boom! In the depths of the endless void, it was as if a thunder god had self-detonated. In an instant, extremely strong thunderbolts turned into a waterfall and poured down on the sword light. The endless void shattered, and the void battlefield within thousands of miles shook endlessly. He actually self-detonated a true weapon. The group of people from Shaoyang village couldn't help but tremble with heartache. The mournful sword light shattered the endless thunderbolts and instantly slashed Purple Thunder Senior. Crack! Perhaps because he had killed 4 saints in a row and the Heavenly Thunder Banner's self-detonation had offset some of the power, Purple Thunder Senior's divine body was only cut open. He spat out a mouthful of blood and turned into a bolt of lightning to fly away. Along the way, Purple Thunder Senior still felt that he wasn't fast enough. He made up his mind and used a forbidden art. He slapped his own chest and spat out his most precious essence blood as he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew thousands of miles away. He's so fast. Qin Feng dragged the Chaos Sword and rushed out of the Thunder Sea. His face was ferocious and full of killing intent. But if a saint was determined to escape, there was nothing he could do, unless he reached the Yang spirit level with the Void Dharma. Qin Feng's eyes were ferocious. He slightly inhaled and exhaled the heavenly abode's origin to replenish the essence qi in his body. The next moment, he looked at the remaining 4 demon saints, the peony demon saint and the 3rd goddess. The 4 saintesses' hearts skipped a beat, and they secretly complained. This guy in front of them was too abnormal. He had killed 4 demon saints with 1 strike and severely injured Purple Thunder Senior. How terrifying! The 4 of them together wouldn't be able to withstand 1 strike. Just now, when Qin Feng killed those 4 demon overlords, those 4 saint laws were like radish slices, sliced into 2 with a single slash. What a monster! Gongsun Junyang, true monarch Hong Wan, true monarch Tai Mu, true monarch Divine Sound, and Zhang Han were dumbfounded. The 5 saints were also frightened by the scene, killing 4 saints with 1 strike. How terrifying was that? Seeing the expressions of the peony demon saint and the others, true monarch Hong Wan was the first to react and shouted angrily, "Don't let them escape." Just as the peony demon saint was about to slip away, the 5 saints blocked his way. Staring at the peony demon saint, goddess water fairy, goddess white apricot, and goddess dew wan, the 5 saints sneered. Every dog has its day. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Not long ago, they were surrounded. Now, it was the peony demon saint's turn. The 5 of them revealed their killing intent and were determined to vent their anger. Peony demon saint, you deserve this. You killed my senior brothers and sisters. Today, I'll extract your soul and refine it. Gongsun Junyang and the others couldn't suppress their killing intent. Kill these damned demon saints. Avenge senior sister Shui Yun and junior brother Jindi. Cut them into 1,000 pieces. Damn it, how could this be? The 4 flower saints were secretly anxious. The peony demon saint stared at Qin Feng in the distance. Everything was because of him. If it were him, Gongsun Junyang and the others would be dead today. The peony demon saint's eyes were filled with hatred at the thought of so many of her good friends being killed by this person. You're courting death. Sensing the killing intent, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and rushed over with the chaos sword. The peony demon saint and the 3 goddesses' expressions changed drastically. If it were only Gongsun Junyang and the others, they were confident that they could break through after paying a certain price. However, they were facing Qin Feng and would definitely die. Boom! At that moment, a divine light came from the depths of the endless void. It instantly tore through the saint's nomological seal and wrapped around the 4 demon saints like a hand. Essence dispersing divine light. Is it master? It's master. The 4 demon saints were overjoyed. The divine light instantly wrapped around the 4 demon saints and dissipated into light. It was unimaginably fast. Trying to run? No way. Qin Feng frowned, then sneered and held the chaos sword. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.